see if I get this started over here. Okay. So this is running now, which means I should be able to do this. Do I have to do this every time? This seems really weird to me. Okay, well, I guess these are... Okay, oh, I see. There we go. I have to click that. Okay, and I have to click that. Okay, there we go. What? Weird. Oh, come on. So I'm trying a lot of different things today, so just give me a second. God, what is going on over here? Okay, so that's good. So does that mean I can actually make this work here? Let's see. I'm gonna come over here. Let's try to do something over here. Let me do a couple of tests over here. Test. Okay, so test over there showed up. Okay. So it showed up there. And if I go over here and I type test, if I test over here, okay, that shows up there, but it's not showing up over here. Okay. Trying to make something work over here. Okay. Oh, I have to do that? What? Oh, come on. What? Oh. Okay, all these new tools are being very, very weird right now. Let's see here. Okay, it should be that one then. It should be not... What? Come on, come on. Why are you doing such things? Why are you being weird like this? Because I've definitely gotten this to work before. And I'm not sure why it's not working right now. Because, see, this is not the right one. What? That's not the right one. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's the one. Okay. So that's there. It hasn't refreshed on your page yet. The logo should be half and half right now. Actually, investigation cone. It should be half and half. Okay. All right, so that's showing up there. Okay. Do I have to do this every single time? But I did. So I signed in here. So I'm signed in here. Okay, so I close this. So I activate source. Why is it doing this? What is this saying here? Oh, what the hell? Oh, weird. Okay. I know I made this work a while ago. Why is this not working now? Man, come on. Let's make this work. Sorry, I'm typing test so often in the YouTube chat over here. It is not working here. What is this? Oh God, these third-party tools, man. These third-party tools are definitely not working very well here. Reload the source. Okay. Boy. Does this thing just not work? Does this just... It worked last time I was doing... Oh, here it is. Oh, I was using the wrong link. I see. Let's take a look at this now. Now let's try this. Sorry, guys. Hang on one second. Okay. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. And then if I go to over here and do another one and do this. Ah, there it is. Okay, perfect. That's what I'm looking for. So what I want to do now is come back over here. Let's do that. Is that right? Is that right? Oh God, am I gonna have to do this every time, or is there there's probably a better way for me to do this? Actually, I'm gonna probably have to do it a different way in the future. Well, no, okay, that is working right now. So let's do this here. Refresh. Is that right? Oh, but it might be different actually. Oh, yeah. This is a different URL. Unfortunately, the copy link is not working over here on this No! God damn it. I always end up clicking on the wrong thing. Come on. Okay, there we go. And then I do this. Hello? Hello? Oh, I accidentally moved the mouse too far. I have this habit is that every time I go to type stuff, I shove my mouse to the left and I always go to the other computer and it messes me up. Interesting. So let's try this again, shall we? I'm gonna do this. Let's see here. What does this say here? Send to selected. How does that work? Ah, I see. Okay, so if I do this, I should have 2 tests in there. And I guess, are you not allowed to change the size of this thing? Let's see here. Let me go over here and to this. All right, I'm gonna have to. Sorry, guys. Swear this was working before. All right, let's see this here. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to go over here. Okay, so it's there. It's there. Okay. I am trying to get the chat into the stream. All right, let's try it a different way temporarily, because this might be the best way to do it in the end. Let's actually see here. What happens if I refresh my overlay now? Will that turn it to green? Yes, okay. So what I can do is I can take this thing here and I can grow it like this, maybe? No. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I should be able to just grow it one direction. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yoink. All right, there we go. So we have that temporarily, just for now. Let's see what else I can do over here. What is going on my phone? Okay. God, it's so weird. Why? Why is it like this? Stupid YouTube channel won't update. I've updated the logos temporarily, like as some placeholder logos, but like it doesn't want to work. It doesn't actually want to work. It doesn't actually want to update for you guys. It's so bizarre. I can see YouTube chat, mobile mouse. I can. So let's do this here, browser. Let's see. Let's see if I can actually do this. Okay, where are we right now? So this is the chat window. The chat window needs to be topic timer, camera splits, name tag, name side, chat box. There we go. 400. Okay. And then the height is 845. There we go. So we click OK, but I gotta change the URL. Let's try that. And I now have this over here, which is bizarrely unable to be seen still. Why is that? Why is this chat not able to be seen here? All right, so if I go to the chat options over here, so if I come over here and I click options, there we go. Let's see, the overlay, is that what it is? Let's see. The overlay, blah, 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 blah. Let's do black page background. Goodness gracious, what is happening over here? Okay. Thank you guys for all the subs and everything on the new channel. Okay, so there's test. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. It popped out. Okay, but it's ginormous. What the hell? How do I shrink that? Visibility, styling. Here we go. Styling should be right. Effects, export. What is going on? Where do I change the settings for all of this? Let's see. Did that work? I'm going to try again. Let's refresh this. Yes, we are locking into this channel, one, Hannah. So everything is going to be here from now on. Here. God, it's so still gigantic. What the heck? So we don't want the menu bar. Okay, we're over here. Okay, and then we want to shrink the text. Why can't we shrink the text? None of that is clickable. Boy, this program is not good. Boy, this program is not good. Jesus Christ, this is terrible. Let's see. Don't want any of this stuff. Message. Color names of colorful info is okay. Show icon. Limit total messages. Hide basic messages shorter. Why can't I just literally pick? Why can't I literally pick the size of my font? What the hell? Oh, here we go. Font family. What if I did something like this? Okay. Did that do anything? Did that do anything at all? Okay. You know what we can test here is if I change the font family to something very specific. So I'm purposely making the font really annoying. So is there a save button on the settings that I need to click somewhere here? Doesn't look like it. All right, so let's try this then. Okay, refresh and then test. Jesus Christ, none of these settings are taking at all. What the hell? Oh my God. Boy, this is annoying. Why? Oh, do I really have to do that? Oh my God, that's annoying. All right, let's try this then. Jesus Christ, that's kind of stupid. All right, let's do this. And then come over here and try this. What happens if I do this? Now I type test and yes, there we go. Okay, so okay, so it definitely took my font now. So let me change it to a better font. Here we go. What if oh, nice. Okay, let's just try this. All right. This font is perfect. Nobody can read a damn thing. Oh, can I actually just change the scale that way? Let's see. What if I just said scale 0.50 like that, okay? And then I typed in this. Oh God, that's really small, but it worked. So I can manually manipulate this, the size here by changing these values and doing this, testing. Okay. Seems to be okay, but boy, the names and the icons and everything take up so much space. Did you ever get a chance to play Silent? I have not yet. Trust me, I intend to play Silent Hill 2 Remake entirely on stream, but I just haven't had a chance to. You guys actually like the smaller chat size here? Let me just shrink it a little bit more over here. I'll go in between. Test. Sorry, I keep deleting all of your fun stuff over there. Investigation cone. You're like, wingdings, small text, and then I keep refreshing it every time I do that. Okay, so I can change that, but the icons are smaller right now. Made entirely page partially transparent. Whoa. Fade out the top of the overlay, show viewer count, show OBS seen in corner. Let's see. Message started at bottom rather than the top. Message drops down. As you can see, message aligned to the right side, forced right to left stream. Events fade away after blah 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 blah. Reload. Auto select custom set. I have to look at all these settings later on, but it looks like it should be working. It should be working. Does that look okay for you guys, or is that like a little weird? How is that looking for you guys over there? There's a lot going on over there. I'm wondering if I should remove the icons, but I don't know if I have that ability yet. Let's see here. Can't fade out the top. Yeah, it doesn't say that it can, like, if it just kept the channel icons over there. Oh, but weird. Actually, Moba Mouse typed in here. Oh, no, I refreshed it. Moba Mouse, if you're still on the YouTube chat and Lazy Win Mystical, either one of you guys, if you type into the, oh, well, never mind. Okay, Investigation Cone put it in there, and it's not showing up. Okay, it's not showing up. Why are you not showing up? Why? Well, oh, there it is. Why did that one show up? Maybe YouTube didn't like the crazy font is what it was. Maybe YouTube can't do that. Oh, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Lazy Win Mystical. Thank you. Okay, so we definitely have the chat from both working in here, which is good. It's just that it's really, really messy. I mean, the timestamps are interesting. Like, it'd be nice if I could figure out how to, modify all those little things here. And I'm sure there's a way to do it. Oh, wait, here. Oh, no, hide source icon I don't want to do. Let's see. Just blur message, show channel icon. Huh? Hide avatars. Hide badges. Hide all stream events. Use delete names entirely until measure find out. Filter out, hide message start with, yeah, that I definitely want to do. Only show manage question mark, blah, blah, blah. Should ignore, emoji only, make URLs in the chat clickable. Whoa. Okay, so, what if I do this? What if I do that? What does that do? What does that do? Let's find out. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be doing this right now, but I'm OCDing right now, so let me just do something over here. Whoa. Why do I have so... Oh, because that's the channel. Oh, okay, got it. I don't want that. I don't want that, actually. Where did it go? Where did those settings go? Jesus Christ, this whole thing is so confusing. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Hide timestamps. Honestly, hiding the timestamps is an interesting one because if the timestamps would actually probably make it a little easier to edit, but you know, just because then every time I see something, I'll know exactly when during the stream it was, which would be kind of nice, but I don't think I need to do that. So here we go, message visibility. So hide the source icon. I don't want to do that. We like the source icon. We like knowing if this is from Twitch or from YouTube, right? Oh, that's right. I also accidentally increased the font, so I'll change that in just a second. Oh, hide badges. Is that what it is? Badges? Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. Okay, so let's do this and then shrink the font again. Like this, and then, here we go. Okay, now if I click test, aha! It's okay. I need other people to type. Let's see if this actually. Ah, yes. See, there you go. Now we just see the channel, and we see just the profile icon. We don't even need the profile icon as well. Actually, let's see if I can hide the profile icon. I don't think people care about having their profiles on stream. Hide. Oh, weird. That's a weird one. Let's see. Show hide messages marked as hide messages marked as numbers. Make certain minimum. Wait. Hide. Get rid of profile, but keep the badge. Which one are you talking about? You're just talking about what I'm trying to do right now, right? That I'm just trying to get rid of that profile picture. We don't need the profile picture. Let's see here. Okay, save last message to sure. Yeah, okay. So let's see here. Oh, that's not, was that the one? Where's that go? Oh, it's down, way down here. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's see. So this is just for the message. Let's see if anything says hide over here. I like the alternating. Oh no, the background. Oh, weird. The background. Are the background colors supposed to be based off of who's sending it? No, it's not. It's just like it's based off of time. What if I do this? Okay, so if I just do that, and then it'll just all be one color the entire time. Let's see. Might actually just be better because right now the shading, while it makes it look a little easier to read, it's kind of weird. Like I don't understand the logic of it. So let's try this here. Test. Haha. You will suffer by my blade. Okay, so it's only one color now, like this, theoretically. Which I kind of like. But the shade color is very, very weird. What if I did, let's see here. Again, sorry to everybody for tuning in. You guys are like, hey, what's James talking about? And then all of a sudden it's just like, doing all this crazy stuff over here. Let's see. Background shading. What if I just don't want background shading? What if I just want it to be transparent? No background at all. So that way I can just make it whatever color happens to be there already. Let's see, message, just blur, hide avatars. Oh, that's what it is. Hide avatars. Let's go. Okay, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm almost there. Okay, let's see here. Where is the thing with the thing? No background shading. What is this? No background shading for any selected? Is that the right one? Let's try it. Let's try it. This URL is getting crazier and crazier as we go. It's crazy that it's all built into the URL. That's really annoying. But I guess it makes sense because it's, it's not on the actual internet. That's the thing. So what if I do this? Test. No, that shading is still there. However, the avatars are gone, which is great. So now it's just the name, where you're from. So if I actually go to the YouTube page over here, in Dimension, oh, there it goes. Okay, NAB. Oh, thank you, NAB. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, this is starting to look good here. This is starting to look good. No alternating stuff over here either. However, okay, let's do this like so. I don't know how to get rid of the shading at all. I would like to be able to just get rid of the shading completely. See, oh, here we go. Translucent page background. Ooh, okay. Uno mas, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, uno mas. Oh, it was, but it was going back and forth. Did it now just get set so that only Twitch is highlighted and not YouTube? Because before it was just going back and forth, and I have no idea what the hell it was doing. So, let's see. Nope. See, it's not. It looks freaking random. Oh, is it for subs? Oh, it's highlighting subs. I see. I see. Okay, that makes sense. So what that means then is, yeah, there you go. Thank you, NEB. Oh, you're on both of them. Nice. Okay. But I have made it transparent now. However, that just means it's probably still going to highlight everything. So if I do this, like so, and I do this, take that. Okay, yeah, see, the translucent background's not making any difference because now it is just the background color, right? So in other words, if I did this, it'll be green, right? No, actually, it's not. Oh, no, is that the right one? No, it's not. It's this one. There you go. Yes, so it is translucent background. I can make the background whatever color I wanted to at this point, right? So I can make it whatever I want to. But let's see how I can change the highlight for, I'm just going to turn off all of these highlight options here because, there we go. For members and past selected, I see no, I'll leave it for donations. That seems to make sense. Okay, so if I do this, God, this URL is starting to get ginormous. All right, let's do this here. Oh, Omega Red is super broken in that game. Holy crap, he's super broken in that game. I think he's considered one of the top tier, actually. Like, he might just be considered, like, the best character kind of thing. All right, so now it shouldn't matter. We should have no highlighting for anybody this way. And now this looks very, very normal and very good. The other thing I wanted to try, what was the other thing that I wanted to do just now? I was thinking about, oh, that's right. What I wanted to do is, let's do this again. Not that one, it's this one. Let's actually do this. Let's just, how big is this supposed to be anyway? So let's take a look over here. This is the stream window. So this is the stream window camera panel. That's what it is, right? The width should be, nope, that's not the right one. View screen, width, logo panel, bottom panel, topics pane. Oh, I should be looking, oh shoot, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, I don't think it's part of my CSS here. I don't think that, oh, it is. Well, What? What? I'm so confused. Why? Why are you doing this? Let's see. Show, transform, edit, transform. Right now the size is 1249 plus 845. That seems about right, actually. Yeah, that sounds right. Yes, okay, no, that's perfect. Okay, I see what it's trying to do. I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and it's clear. You don't even know how to, okay, image, add existing. Nope, it's not here, okay. Okay, let us browse to my overlays. Tuesday show, images. There it is. I want this. Okay, and what I want to do is this. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. What does that do here? Let's see. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's do that. Let's scroll it over here and then do this like so. All right. And then do this again. So the size is 394. That sounds about right because that's what it said earlier. So let's just move this one all the way down over here. And voila. All right. That looks right. That looks right, except, oh no, actually a little off. My OCD is coming into effect. Please do not judge me. My OCD is coming into effect. Please do not judge me. Let's see here. We want to do, there we go. And then we want to move this. Yeah, I think, let's do that. Yeah, okay. I think that's perfect. Let me see. Yeah, definitely a pixel. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, got it to the pixel. real time layout editing. There you go. Okay, and now I have a combined chat here that I can use. You know what the crazy thing is? I'm actually using two different programs. I have one program that you can turn into a URL so you can actually dock it into things. And so that's what I've docked into here. But now that I've done all this, I should just dock it into here as well. Cause yeah, let me try this actually. Can I? Oh yeah, no. Actually, how do I eliminate this dock here? Let's turn this off here. And so if I create a custom browser dock and I call it mixed chat, does that erase the other one? Whoops. Okay, and then I come over here, kill this, and then I jump over here, and then I come back to this program, and then I copy this godforsaken link again, like so. And then I come and I paste it in here like so, and I go apply. And then I close it, and then I look at the dock. So let's open the mixed chat dock over here. So this is the mixed chat dock. And so let's try another test, shall we? What am I trying to do? God, shoot, my brain is shutting off here. What's up, Mr. Tube Stuck? If I could actually figure out a way to get it to show up on two different things, that actually would be kind of cool. Okay, let's do this here again. Let's do custom browser docs here. Let's come back over here. This is not what I'm looking for here. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for here. What I want to do is come over here. Actually, just, okay, you know what? I'm going to test something. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I am going a little too ham over here with this because my OCD is kicking in right now. Really apologize. Okay, if I do that, okay. Now let's test again, and I can actually test over here like this. If I test, it should come in from both channels. There you go. I get my test on both channels, and it's showing up here. Ooh, interesting. Okay. It seems like it's working. Oh, you should see no differences on your side over there. It should just be on my side over here. Hardest thing right now is I wish I could go live on the Ultra Chen TV channel, because I think a lot of people probably don't know that I'm changing to the other one, but I don't think I can go live on both at the same time, which is the tricky part over here. Oh, I see Lurker Spine has been trying to help me. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Yeah. Thank you, Lurker Spine. Appreciate it. Hi, all. Reminder, it was Tuesday. Actually, what I can't, can I go live over here? Can you go live on the channel itself? You know, just like, fuck it, go live kind of thing? I don't know if you actually can. Can you just go live on the Twitch channel? Just so I can get some, you know, like if I just went live with just a black background, for example. So Hobo Brown loves loves KTA, says I can. Let's see here. Edit quick. Activity feed my chat. Do we know if there's actually a way to do that? By any chance? Actually, I wonder if I can do it on the app. I wonder if I can just do it on the app here. This is going to be interesting. So if I log out here. I need to log out of this account here. I need to log in to the other account. How do I do that? Why is everything so poorly made and just really... Oh, here we go. Log out. All right. We're going to log out of J Chenzor. I'm going to log in as Ultra Chen TV from here. And let's see if this will work, if I can remember what my password is, because I haven't signed into the channel in a while, just from saving my... Okay, yep, all right, so... Okay, I need to get my communicator app over here. I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Yes. 2 OBS instances. Woof. Actually, I wonder, can I do this? Well, Jesus Christ. Because, like, I could stream to all 3, technically. Oh, boy. It's going to cost so much on the bandwidth. It's going to cost so much on the bandwidth. Let's see here. Creator mode here. So, am I allowed to just go live here? Let's see, content. I don't think I am. God, do I risk this? Do I risk this? All right, guys, everything may explode. Okay, here we go. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. I do have good bandwidth, so let's see if this works. But I won't be seeing the chat over there. I'm gonna need to create a separate chat window here, because I don't have that set up in there. So let's see. This is actually live now. There we go. Okay. So this is actually live. So what I should do now is I should go over here and I should do Moobot. Moobot.tv, isn't it? Or something like that. Let's see. This should bring me to the Ultra Chen TV channel. Right? Is this the right one? Am I in the Ultra Chen TV channel? Why can't I tell? Why can't... No, I don't think this is the right one. I think this is the, shoot. Let's see here. God. What is going on over here? How do I see my account information? Why does it... Why is there, like, no, okay, wait, so, one Hana, resubscribed, actually, let me send a message here, let's do this, login will, oh, come on, can someone go to the Ultra Chen TV channel and type, like, some message? Por favor. Can someone go into the Ultra Chen TV channel and well, it says it's offline. It says nothing to see here, running some tests. I should probably change what that says. So let's do edit stream info. Let's see. It was Tuesday. Reminder. Like this, switch to twitch.tv/jchenzor. Okay, so I'll do that, done. So that's the title, so it's streaming over here. So we are there. And then what I wanted was the Moobot to show up over there, but the Moobot is using the wrong thing, I think. Why can't I actually see what account I'm logged into on Moobot? Why? All right, let's take a look at this. No, this is all Chenzor Dynasty stuff. Damn it. And so how do I freaking log out of this thing? Why are all these sites so terrible with their UI? Why are all websites just absolutely atrocious with their UIs? Oh, here we go. Log out. Here we go. Okay. Jesus, that was hard to find. Let's see. Connect with Twitch. Not this one. Not this one. Log out. Let's do Ultra Chen TV. Let's type in my password over here. And then I need the Authenticator app again because things are annoying. No, it wasn't this one. It wasn't that one. It was the other app. Okay, here we go. Jesus Christ. I really, okay. Let's see. It is the Ultra Chen channel on YouTube, INEB, but that is actually changing very soon. You're supposed to see it in the logo at the top, but you can't see it because even though I've updated the logo, it's not working. Let's see here. Let's just do this. Let's call this channel timer. And we will, timer description. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to do this. God damn it. Oh, look, just come on. UI. Let's see here. Adobe timer? What the fuck is that? Okay, you know what? We're killing this one here. Let's do that. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna do this like so. So we're gonna turn off all the other timers like this. So we're gonna create this one here. Let's see. How many would be too much? Every 2 minutes? Would that be too much? Maybe, perhaps. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Yep. So 2 months. So we'll do this. Save. Are we saved? Yes, okay, so there's a channel timer there. So now what I'm gonna do is custom commands, and I'm just gonna say, exclamation mark, new channel, for example. Oops. So let's do this. Boy, this UI sucks. Okay, let's do this. Create, what do we want to type? Hey everyone, please note that it was Tuesday will now be streamed on exclusively twitch.tv/jchenzor. Please head on over there today to watch. Yay! Okay, and then advanced options, select the timer. There we go. Okay, so the channel timer has been picked, and then I click save. All right, so now I have this over here. So we will see if that actually shows up over here. All right, are you guys still there? Okay, is everybody still here? Sorry. I'm actually streaming to 3 channels right now, which is absolutely insane. I didn't think my computer had the bandwidth to do this, and my internet had the bandwidth to do this. But what the hell? Okay, I'll figure that one out later. Jesus Christ. Holy crap. I'll figure that one out later. Okay, so that should be working. All of this should be working now. All of this is over here. There is one more thing that seems to be very weird here, because earlier we were seeing Let's see here. Visibility. Oh, nice. Okay, let's turn that on too. All right, one more URL test over here. This should be the last one that I think will be good for me here. So let's actually do this. Let's make sure I shrink the font again because I can't do that automatically. I have to do that manually here. So we'll do that. So that reset that. And then, oh, thank you for the subscription, Morty guy. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay, so that showed up there. Ah, yes. Okay, perfect. I wanted the color back in the the names. Oh, what the hell happened? Oh, right. I'm supposed to go over here. So I have to do that. And that should work for me here. Okay, so apply, close, docs, mix chat, bam, over here. So let's test this again, shall we? Over here. Oh, man. This is so much more complicated than it needs to be. Okay, I think I have everything. It only took me an hour, but I think that we're all ready to go. Yeah, for sure, Ninja. It was good doing some nice little fun Tetris commentary there. So that was good times. Okay. Okay. So this is this. This is this, and that is that. Okay, so we've got this over here. I'm curious if I come over here. This is actually, yeah, the Ultra Chen TV one. Hey guys, are you guys in here on the Ultra Chen TV chat over here? Is my Moobot message coming up here at all? Is it not showing up? Did I forget to like click turn on or something? It's on, it should be on, and it should be coming out every 2 minutes. Why is it not actually popping out every 2 minutes? Let's go to the timers. That timer is on. Oh no, it says 5 minutes? I set to 2. Okay, let's do this, and then I click save. Okay, the one command should now be sent every 2 minutes to this Twitch channel, so we'll keep an eye on this. But for those of you who are here on twitch.tv/UltraChenTV, again, I am trying to do a lot of stuff for my branding and for unifying everything, because a lot of people on my Jay Chenzor channel didn't even know I had a what? A lot of people, sorry, on my Jay Chenzor channel didn't know I had an Ultra Chen TV channel, and a lot of people on my Ultra Chen TV channel did not actually know I had a Jay Chenzor channel. And so a lot of people, interesting, why does that actually doesn't look as dark as the other gray there? Just really weird, because it should be the same color, but I can fix that right now, actually. They didn't know that I had, like, the two channels didn't know the other existed. I've had people call me Ultra Chen in person, like, hey, Ultra Chen. And, you know, like, I've been Jay Chenzor my whole entire life and everything. The whole division between the two channels was really unwieldy and should never have existed in the first place. But that's just how it ended up. So I this year, all the brands together, put everything into, oh, you're right. I am going to have to add some of those Ultra Chen emotes. That's a good point. I will have to do that at some point in time. Let me do something here. Do I have the social bar over here? Let me open the social bar because I've had that. Yeah, there we go. So I can do this, and then I can do, yeah, this is definitely the wrong color over here. Let's do that. There we go. Okay, so if I do save a copy, and then I come back over here, and I do dark gray like that, and I go yes, and I go okay, and I do this. And I think it actually just updated automatically there. So it looks like that just worked. Looked like the background got darker over here, which is kind of what I want. I just wanted the gray here to match the gray all the way down there, basically. But yes, so I'm making a lot of changes, like Tuhalu said. So I'm doing my best to merge everything together. So if you guys are on the Ultra Chen TV channel right now, I still don't see the Moobot posting to the damn channel. Okay. Do I not have him, for example? Like, is he not? This is the Ultra Chen TV channel. I have to make Moobot a thing with the thing, but why can't I see who is on my chat? What the hell? Where is that? Huh? What? God. Yeah, so Synchronize and It Will Tuesday will be on Jay Chenzor only from now on. Everything is going to be Jay Chenzor. Even the YouTube channel is going to change as soon as it lets me change things, because YouTube is not working and I can't seem to, like, on my screen, like, the YouTube is actually changed. It's actually changed. But apparently nobody else is actually seeing this. Like, if I actually go over here, for example, I think this should work here. Like, if I actually go over here, like, you can see it, like, it's changed. Like, the YouTube channel should be changed. And I'm guessing that if you guys all go here, you don't see this at all, right? Do you guys see this at all? Or does it look like this if you go to my channel? Oh, it is changed for you. Okay. So this is what it looks like for me. It could be cached browsers. So if you aren't seeing it, you might have to just make sure you hold shift when you refresh to make sure that it loads the new stuff over there. So I've kind of mixed all the logos together. They will all go away eventually. Like, the Ultra Chen part will go away, this part will go away, but I've left it this way so that those who are unaware won't be like, wait, what happened to the channel? And they'll see that, oh, it's still the channel, but what is all this, you know? And I will slowly change this one, but I don't know why the Moobot is not printing to the other Twitch. Let's see, why, Moobot, are you not doing this? Because I am over here. Oh God, is this just not the right? What? Hang on a second. Oh, I gotta log. What? I already logged in. What the hell is this? Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, maybe I needed to do that, actually. Maybe I needed to do that. And now the Moobot should be kicking in. Okay, yeah, the Moobot hopefully should be kicking in now. So the custom commands, new channel is on a timer, is turned on. And the timer is on, right? And it should be at 2 minutes, which it is. Oh, right. Good call. There we go. You guys saw nothing that would be wrong anyway. All of that stuff is just normal information here. So I just need to check to see if that Moobot actually shows up into the into the chat now. And so that way you don't have to keep doing that, Lurker Spy. But yeah, if you guys have the ability to jump over to the twitch.tv/jchenzor, maybe I'll do the 3 streams again for just like a few more weeks, and then I'll stop there. Hopefully most people will see that it has changed officially to the other channel. And so we should be good to go. But as you can see here, even the social media bar at the bottom has all the right information. I haven't, so a lot of people have been asking about the podcast, the all audio versions. The problem is that I haven't taken the time yet to go into SoundCloud and to Spotify to modify all that stuff as well and make sure I can even change the names of the channel, etc., etc., etc. So hopefully I can. And once I do that, I'll probably start throwing everything back up there. But man, I have been doing all this stuff. Like I said, the logo is even a little newer. This logo over here, I've made it more modern friendly, but I definitely need to do more work. Having part of the logo as pure black is a problem, so I might have to change the actual logo so that the characters are a different color. Because this logo does not work on black backgrounds as a result, unless I outline it, which is kind of already a bad idea. So there's just a lot of things I gotta do, and there's just, it's just, man, it is actually kind of nuts how much you have to do to make this stuff work. God, I wonder what that would even look like. Oh God, see, I'm ADHDing here. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. I just want to check something. Yeah, see, I don't know if that looks good at all, actually. So I don't think that would actually work. So if I copy layer style and I go over here and I go paste layer style like that, and then I change the background color to say that, like so. Ooh, oh God. No, that probably wouldn't work. Anyways, oh yeah. So Jasmine is doing well. I really do feel like the gabapentin that I've been giving her had been making her kind of loopy and lethargic. Since I stopped giving it to her, she's gotten most of her energy back. She seems to be mostly lucid again. Or what is the word? I'm not even sure what the word is, but she seems to be very, very back to normal. I still don't have any results from the biopsy on the lump on her chin. However, like I said, the dentist said from her, with her expertise, she really does believe that it's not cancer. But again, she doesn't want to make that conclusive until they get the biopsy results, kind of thing. So we'll see. I still have to wait for that. But she's been really clingy recently, which does make me a little sad, because that just basically means that she's kind of, a little traumatized, still. And that makes me very, very sad, obviously. But for the most part, it seems like she's doing well. And hopefully she'll be okay. So we'll see what happens. I need Capcom to sign a contract with this major South American fighting game tournament event for the 2026 Capcom Pro Tour. Do you know of any that you would like Capcom, Bandai Namco, NRS, and or Arc System Works to elevate their major esports circuits? I mean, the biggest one right now which isn't South American, it's Central American, is like Blink Respawn, right? Like I would say First Attack, but First Attack is in Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico is part of America, and that still makes it very hard for people to travel there. Also, if you guys would really, if you guys would be willing to donate, has my Moobot not been printing in that stream yet at all? Is it still not there? What the hell? Okay, let me try something. If I do that, yes. Really? Really? Oh my God, what the hell? Why is this not working? Come on. Oh, is it like that? Moobot is, oh, there's finally, it's up there. Yeah, you're right. Moobot is nowhere. Where the hell is Moobot? Okay. Why are you not working? Why? 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 Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, Moobot's not there. God, why is everything so hard to do? And why does everything hate me? Like, I feel like every time I try to do any of this stuff, like, it just doesn't want to work for me. It just doesn't want to work for me. What is the other? Oh, that's a, oh, weird. How come the Twitch icon turned into the little sparkles? I guess they were the whole time. In any case, why is this not? Okay. Oh boy, oh my God. Okay. Ultra Chen TV, authorize. I am here. Now I am here. Now, Moobot is not there. Why is Moobot not in the chat? He should be there. Oh, come on. Permissions, Moobot, editor, permissions, groups, Moobot's permissions. Here we go. Can use as many grab in one go without having to grab permissions every time they are needed. Act as a specified Twitch account in the chat's channel. Why is this grayed out? Especially given to Moobot by the broadcaster. All right, sure, but why are you not showing up in the... Oh my God. Why is Moobot not showing up in my chat? Until set up as a moderator. Oh, okay, okay. Let's see here. Click the green wand icon. Where's the green? Okay, here we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. So, okay. Status all okay. Moobot's permissions. Okay. Jesus. Icons on the bot is not detected as a moderator in your chat prompt. And follow the steps to make a Moobot a, okay, connect, blah, 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 blah. Welcome, blah, blah, blah. Click the icon, status okay. All right. Okay, does that actually work? Let's find out. Dude, Joseph, it's so true right now, dude. It's just because, let's see, does that work? Yes. Does that work? This is the first time I've done this all day. This is the first time I've actually ever done this. So Lurker Spine, do you actually see Moobot as a moderator now? I just don't see Moobot here at all for some reason. All right, let's go over here. But for some reason on this channel over here, I don't have the thing that lets me see the users. Why? Why? I don't have permission to perform that. Oh, Jesus. What? Oh, what? Oh. Oh, how did this happen? I'm on different browsers. I'm on completely different browsers. Why is this browser on the Jay Chensor channel? Oh my God. Okay. Oh, so it's there now. Do you see it? Do you actually see it? All right. So I'm on the Ultra Chen channel. Why doesn't it let me click on the users? Why? Oh, here we, whoa, I have to do that? Oh, yes, Moobot is a moderator now. Oh my God, okay. So Moobot is a moderator now. What the f... Okay, all right. Now I just have to wait for 2 minutes to see if this works. Yeah, there's another thing, okay, so I just need to wait for that to show up. Oh, there it is. Okay, sick, there it is. Oh no, you typed in the command. Okay, no, I need to see if it happens automatically. Okay, yeah, I need to see if that happens automatically. But not only that, can you actually highlight it? Is that message too long and unclear? Should I add more to it? You can't seem to join the Discord. Okay. The Discord link isn't working, huh? God, the Discord link, yeah, the Discord link is really irritating because it keeps, like, even though you set it to not ever change the invite, like, it changes, like it says, like, make this a permanent link, and then it's just like, nope, it's not gonna be a permanent link. Hey, okay. Okay. Whoops, shoot. Oh wait, it should be up here, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Invite people. Okay. Edit invite link. Expire after never. Okay, never. Generate a new link. I have a new link. This one should never expire, theoretically. So if I come back over here and I come over to this Moobot, if I Moobot refresh this, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you serious? Okay, custom commands. Okay, this is the right one. This is the right, thank God. Okay. God. Seriously, man. Seriously. All right. Okay, let's try this now. Let's actually throw this out there and I go Discord. Yes, I am trying to send that. Okay, there we go. Try that link instead and see if it works. because I hope it does. Like, you're gonna see me like twitching pretty soon on this channel, you know. I'm just gonna be like, twitch, Moobots, you know. God, oh man. All right, let's do this now. What I want to do here is come over here, come over here, come over here, come over here. Let's see. Okay, that's not. Shut up! That's not where I want to go. I want to go over here. Let's see. Duplicate. There we go. Paste. Okay. All right. There's this. Shut up. All right. Let's do this. Shut up ads. Shut up ads. There we go. And okay. Do that, and then we come over here and we do this. Because I also wanted to do this. All right, so let's do that. Let's do this. Okay, so let's go over here, close that, start over here. Okay, we've got both of this stuff up. All right, okay. Okay. Whoa, what the heck is, why did one of them break and the other one work? That's so bizarre. Isn't that the same emoji? It looks like it's supposed to be the same one. It worked once and died the other one. Any case, let's see here. So it looks like all of this stuff is working over here. So I have the mix chat here. Mix chat is working over there. It looks much better here. On this over here, and then I come over here. That looks okay. I'm sure there's stuff I can do more. I shouldn't. Stop OCDing, James. Stop OCDing. Stop OCDing. Because I am thinking to myself, I still want to tweak more things, and I shouldn't. James, stop OCDing. Stop OCDing. Okay, stop OCDing. See, I don't want to change it right now, but I just want to see if I can actually find the option that I'm looking for, which I'm sure exists some. Okay. Minimize the window. Okay. Okay. Hey everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday. Just to let you guys know, if you are hanging out in the Twitch channel of twitch.tv/UltraChenTV, I just wanted to let you guys know that we are actually going to be moving officially now to the Jay Chenzor stream permanently. So please, if you are still using the UltraChen TV channel, we will be moving over to the officially to the Jay Chenzor channel. So even though I know you guys have been subbed to the UltraChen TV channel for so long, and you know, it's crazy to think that this channel has been doing all this stuff for like 13 years now, but unfortunately, I feel like having that channel and then the Jay Chenzor channel has really been kind of messing up, you know, my branding, and my content is split everywhere. I used to have 2 Discords, I have 2 Patreons, I had 2 Twitch channels. You know, the YouTube channel is now named UltraChen TV, even though I'm Jay Chenzor everywhere else. So the YouTube channel will be changed to Jay Chenzor soon, as soon as YouTube lets me. But the whole idea is that everything is going to be moving straight to Jay Chenzor now. So again, if you guys are on the actual Twitch channel right now, And I do see some of you that are here on the Twitch channel. But if you guys can move over to the other one, might be some people who just have their browsers left open, you know, kind of a situation there. But there you go. There's what I'm looking for. So if you are watching on twitch.tv/UltraChenTV, I do ask that you hop on over to what do you call it, to twitch.tv/jchenzor. That's where we're gonna be streaming from now on here. Is my broadcast like literally nothing over here? No, it should say learning fighting games. Right? Does my title say the right thing? Learning fighting games, etc., etc. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, it is the correct one. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, dude, I didn't think it was gonna take that long, honestly. I didn't think it was gonna be this crazy. Word to the wise. Raiding, you can raid over there, but that's true. You can raid it, but it doesn't stop me from streaming to the channel. Raiding just pushes all your users to that channel, if I'm not mistaken. But the stream will still keep going, right? The stream doesn't technically end, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Twitch, does raiding end your stream? It shouldn't. It shouldn't. No, raiding another channel does not automatically end your stream. Yeah, okay. Cool, all right, perfect. So I can actually just kind of raid everybody over there. Let's actually try to do that. So if I type in raid jchenzor on the right account, because I'm trying to accidentally raid from the other one. Let's do this. So let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Oh, all 10 viewers. Okay, let's do this. Raid now. Pow! All right, so that should have thrown everybody over there. Yep, that should have done that. Hey, thank you for the raid, UltraChen TV. Appreciate you guys so much. Appreciate you guys. I'll just manually type it in from time to time. So, okay, here we go. All right, so I think I can officially start the stream now. Okay. Oh, I needed that stretch. Oh, I was feeling stiff. Okay, all right. So, again, for those of you who are wondering, yes, I will be streaming on here. And I know it's going to take a while before it all propagates through, so I'll probably have to do the triple stream at least maybe for another couple weeks or something like that, unfortunately. But I do plan on continuing to stream from here from now on. As you can see here in the chat, if you are in the YouTube channel, the nice thing about it is you will now be appearing in the chat window as well. So if you actually are in the YouTube channel and you type, it should pop up in this chat as well. So you guys will all be recorded on the stream as well. And not only that, but I will be able to see all of the chat in one location. So Zarlam asks, does Ultra David have a permanent commentator now? So Ultra David obviously was part of the UltraChen TV broadcast, and he's been a lawyer this whole entire time. Ah, there you go, Gergi Zhuka there from the YouTube chat right over there. Perfect, wonderful. I love to see it. Love to see it. So, what I wanted to say was that, oh, and Joe Tad's there too. Let's go, YouTube team. Let's go. You will not be ignored. Now, you will be here, and I will see you, and I know, yeah, David was a lawyer. David is a lawyer, obviously, as you guys know. He got a permanent job a while ago, a couple years ago now, to work for Tenno Media. So, he not only is their lawyer for them, but also doubles titles as like, guy who comes up with content ideas, etc., does all that stuff. The problem with it is that as their lawyer and as a, person who helps with stream productions and event productions and stuff like that, he has to work with a lot of fighting game companies like SNK, like NRS, like Capcom, like Bandai Namco. And so, the whole point of having this Tuesday show was we could give our opinions on a lot of things. And unfortunately, if you're working for Tenno and are going to be hitting up these companies all the time, it is not a good idea for you to come on a podcast talk show and be like, yeah, Samurai Showdown sucks. I really hate that game and I don't enjoy it at all, kind of thing. And then be like, hi, SNK, that sort of thing. So it became a conflict of interest in a way. So, to Tenno, there you go, to Tenno Media, exactly, Zilcho, there you go, to Tenno Media. So, the point being is that he can't do the podcast anymore. So he left, and so when he left, Tubaware was like, well, you know what, I'm going to leave as well because fighting game commentary is just not working out for me. So, he left that, and it was just situation after situation of extreme unfortunateness for Tubo because he wanted to really go all in on on MVCI commentary, and we all know how that turned out. So then he put all of his eggs in the Rumbleverse basket, and we all know how that turned out. So, it's just been an extremely tough situation for Tubo. And so, but he's super happy right now. If you guys are wondering, last few times I've talked to him, he is doing very, very well. I'm super happy for him. And he's, I'm not going to give any details because that's his business. But all I will say is that he is doing really, really well. He is having a lot. He's having a good time. And Kamatsu, you could say that's how you get Say Jammed, but that's like the thing about it is like there's nobody, the people that it matters to aren't around anymore. That wasn't, Sajam did nothing wrong. I will say that much. Sajam did not do anything wrong. In fact, I agree with just about everything he said regarding all this stuff, but there's just so much shittery going on sometimes in the background. So it was, anyways, I'll shut up now. I'll stop. You know what? It's his story to tell, so I'll shut up. I'm actually almost through this whole entire thing. But yeah, fortunately, thankfully, we have Sajam back on all the Capcom Street Fighter streams, so we're doing good there. But yeah, there's just a lot of stupid shit going on. So Investigation Code types in, Tubo is absolutely living his best life away from us degenerates. So far, I will say this, is that most people, when they move away from the FGC, do end up traditionally a lot more evidently happy. Would my life improve a lot if I left the FGC right now? Probably, because the FGC is not doing me well right now. The FGC is let's just put it this way. If I had people that relied on me for their well-being, if I was married or if I had kids, I do have cats, but this is why I have a GoFundMe for my cats, because I can't afford that shit. So also, if you guys do want to help on that GoFundMe, let me log into my GoFundMe right now. But yeah, no, commentary is awful. It's not something that you can do as a career. Everybody who does it as a career, like Sajam, doesn't do it as a career. Sajam makes more from his YouTube and his Twitch channel than he does from commentary, right? So a lot of times it is actually better for Sajam to stay home and restream an event like Eris. Eris had the exact same situation. The reason why Eris doesn't really commentate anymore is because it's actually better for him as well to stay home and restream an event, because he will make more money from the Twitch ads and I don't even know if he runs Twitch ads, but he'll make more money from like subs and stuff than he would going to commentate a lot of these events. You think the Ultra Chen Moobot died? Really? Oh, brother. Come on. Dude, everything is dying over here. What the heck, dude? Okay. Let's see here. Let's refresh this page and see what it says here. Okay. I think he should be back. Yeah, he's back now. He's back. For some reason, that Moobot page messed up. Eris doesn't run ads. Yeah, most of them make enough money from their subs that they don't have to worry about that. And, you know, money from their YouTube channel, although a lot of them, you know, use that YouTube money to pay their editors. So, you know, it's just one of those things that a lot of times these guys would make more money staying home and streaming than they would commentating, you know. But a guy like Sajam obviously wants to commentate a lot of the, you know, big events because he knows he can do a better job than most people. And, you know, he has, you know, he's clearly, obviously one of the most knowledgeable and one of the best commentators out there, right? So, you know, it's more like he wants to do it because, you know, it's helpful for the community to have his presence on a lot of these streams here. But for the most part, most of these commentary gigs really don't. Oh, he does now, Joe Tad. He actually runs them now. But yeah, a lot of these guys are better off staying home and just restreaming a lot of the time. So again, for me, the commentary is not going very well. And it feels like it's almost getting worse, to be honest with you. What the dude? Nothing wants to work. Like, I can't load GoFundMe on my Chrome. I actually have to load GoFundMe on my freaking, on my, is that why? Maybe that counts as a pop-up? So maybe I actually have to fix that or something. Hang on a second. Let's do this. No, that's not the password. This is the password. Is that right? Shoot. Crap. Let's see. Did I put it in here? Did I put it in here? I should have put. There it is. Oh, right. That's right. Oh, crap. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to type it all over again. All right, let's do this. Oh, God. Two-factor authentication. I don't hate it, but man, I mean, obviously it keeps us much safer. There's so many people, you know, stealing accounts and doing all these stupid things and stuff like that. So obviously I'm not mad at two-factor authentication, but boy, does it just make it, just makes it, everything takes a little more time is all it is. So let's do this. All right. If you guys want to support me and support my GoFundMe here with my cat, here we go, is a GoFundMe. I just pasted it to the Twitch and to the YouTube links over there. So if you want to just help help me with all this stuff over here, I would appreciate it. Now, for those of you watching on, oh, I see what's happening over here. I see. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, much better. Okay, but yeah, so this is a GoFundMe for my cat Jasmine. She had a health scare recently. I know you guys have seen my cats on here all the time. I think they're just downstairs sleeping right now. Or they might be up here. I mean, they should be up here. They followed me up here because they thought I was feeding them. But it turns out she's mostly okay. But the vet bill was kind of outrageous. I am using VCA Hospital, which is supposedly, now I didn't know this, but after I posted this GoFundMe link, a lot of people were letting me know that VCA is, you know, while good and they have a lot of resources, but unfortunately they are like the, you know, actual healthcare industry for vets, in which they do overcharge for a lot of things. And I don't have pet insurance. A friend of mine has turned me on into some pet insurance. I've looked into pet insurance before, but it was just super expensive. It was just super expensive. So like, it just didn't make sense for me to do. However, I have seen, a friend did send me a new pet insurance that seems to be fair priced. You know, it's going to be one of those things. I'm going to sign up for it, and then when it comes time to do anything for my cats, they're going to be like, we don't cover that, or try to find some excuse, whatever. But it's still probably safer having it than not having it. So hopefully I won't have to do this again. I know you guys helped bail me out last time when Jasmine had the abscess. When Nathan had to have a tooth taken out, I just ate that one myself. But all of that shit also happened before the stupid flood thing happened to my basement room, and so, which basically just murdered my finances. And yes, that's still going on. So I am in a dire position financially, trying to get that all covered, trying to get the vet bill all covered over here. So yeah, Lurker Spine, I mean, the next thing that's happening is in May. So I basically am in a holding pattern until May, and then we'll find out if anything more happens. But until then, I just have to wait. I just have to, everything is waiting. Everything is waiting. Everything is waiting. And you know, I've been told that, you know, a lot of times the cities try to make it last as long as possible so that hopefully you just give up, or, you know, just forget or something. But I've got to keep going for it. So it is a frustrating situation for sure. It is super, super frustrating. Ugh. So I'm waiting for that. And again, that's what's part of this whole rebranding thing. Because I feel like I've been hurting my own, you know, brand earnings potential, et cetera, by accidentally splitting everything between Jay Chenzor and Ultra Chen TV. So a lot of people that try to hit me up for content, or like, hey, do you want to do this? They reach out to the Ultra Chen TV channel because I didn't stream as much on this channel, and Ultra Chen TV, you know, had a little bit more presence before, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm trying to change everything to be more focused on the Jay Chenzor brand at this point. So, oh yeah, Jade. Again, fortunately, everything, even though I have to wait, everything's proceeding because yes, I have that situation covered. So, but yeah, it's really kind of crazy here. Well, fish tacos, I mean, that's kind of essentially what I'm doing right now. I mean, that's why I've been telling everybody, again, if you guys are actually watching on the twitch.tv/UltraChen channel, I'm all at Jay Chenzor now. So please jump over to that chat instead. But yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, fish tacos tonight. You know, like, I had thought about being a vet as well, but I just knew that I wouldn't be able to do the job because, it's a very emotionally difficult job. It is super hard, super hard to be a vet. And I don't think I could have handled that. When my parents, obviously they wanted me to be a doctor when I was growing up, and I was like, maybe I'll do a vet instead because I love animals. So, at one point in college, I started majoring in biology and stuff like that because I wanted to learn about animals and all this stuff. And I was thinking, well, maybe I can merge the things together that my parents want. I'll become a vet. And then I was just like, I think I talked to somebody and they're like, what entails being a vet, not necessarily just you being like, oh, happy animals everywhere. And I was like, I can't do that. I can't do that. So I'm not going to do that. Oh God, that's scary, Anime Jane. That's terrible. I feel like we should have a service for that, seriously, there should just be a, veterinarian psychologist thing out there, I feel like there should just be how they have sports therapists. We need vet therapists, honestly, because like I said, that's a super stressful job. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I can actually do that kind of thing. So, well, yeah, that's a whole that's a whole thing, Jane. Yes. Mental services is not a priority in this country, and a lot of the times a lot of health insurances won't even cover mental health, right? It's crazy. I had thought about recently during the pandemic, not during the pandemic, but after the fires all happened over here, part of my brain was like, I just thought about all the animals being displaced, and I started seeing all this information about, shelters and stuff, and they're like, we're overloaded with animals. Oh, hi. There you are. Look. She's got the little shaved paws. Look at her. Oh. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, my sweet girl. Hi, look at her. Oh, good girl. Oh. But I had thought about maybe volunteering for an animal shelter. Oh, by the way, look at this. Look how great this is. Look how great this is, by the way. Let me do this over here. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I want to do this. And then let me do this like so. So I'm going to do this. Look how great of an idea this is. So this is my Kwamba 2000, right? This is the beautiful thing. And obviously you can open this up until Jasmine stands on it. Jasmine, you can open this up so that you can also, fix your sticks and do whatever. But you can also store churu snacks in here. All right, so hi Jasmine, you came back real fast, didn't you? Let me see if I can do this here. Let's turn this, let's scroll this down. Sorry once again for the messiness on my desks, but I just want to give you guys the opportunity to see Jasmine get fed a little bit over here. No, not that way, Jasmine. Over here, Jasmine. Come here. Jasmine, over here. Look. The treats are... Oh, you guys can't see. Here, turn around. Yeah, there you go, Jasmine. There you go. Perfect. There you go. Look. Ooh, churu snacks. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, yummy. Yum. Oh, yum. And you know what, Jasmine? This is not mixed with any strawberry-flavored gabapentin, so you'll actually enjoy it. This cat is so smart. She knows how to avoid every single kind of medicine I've tried to give her, and she will not be tricked. I can't even mix it with her food. She knows. She's just like, I'll mix it with some of this food, especially even like these churu snacks. Like the fishy churu snacks, for anybody who's actually used this, is really fishy smelling, right? It has a very strong fishy taste. smell. I'm assuming the taste is also pretty strong as well. So I mixed a bunch of her liquid medication in there, and like she just knew she wouldn't eat any of it. Like she was just like, nope, sorry, you did something to this, and I will not eating. I will not eat it. Yeah. The fact that she's eating right now, oh yeah. Like I said, she's mostly back to normal, and you know, knowing that this thing isn't like any sort of cancerous or anything like that, or at least, you know, that's what we'll assume for now. Again, I don't want to say for sure until we get the biopsy back. That'll be due in maybe about a week, but I have a follow-up appointment with them in April that I'll be able just to go out there, and I'm sure they'll give me the updates on everything. And like, I've been, obviously, you know, my brain, I've been making it, like, my brain has been telling me, like, she's fine. But, like, at the same time, like, that little thing in the back of the head, man, that little stupid, annoying thing in the back of the head is just still there. You know, like, what if she's not fine? What if she is sick? What if it is a problem? And then see, I'm depressing myself right now, even just, just thinking about it, you know. She is, what is it now? About 13 years old, I think it is. 25, 13, 14 years old, actually. I think Jasmine's 14 now, so yeah, again, like, she's an elder cat, right? Like, 14 is definitely, you know, 14 is definitely getting up there for cats, although, you know, a lot of cats can, you know, as long as they don't get any of those freak health problems, you know, like cancer or something like that, they can live up to 20 some years. So, you know, obviously I hope I can do that, because like I said, Jasmine has been so loving and cuddling, and she, like I said, it's been really, like, if I'm sitting on my couch, if I'm lying down, or I'm doing anything, she will immediately jump over and start lying down on me and all this stuff. She is super affectionate right now. So, you know, God, I love this cat so much. There you go. There's no more, Jasmine. I'm sorry, but that's all you get. That's all you get, okay? That's all you get. If you want to run over here and try to lick that thing, you can try if you want. Good girl. She keeps following my hand. I moved the can over there, and she followed the can because she's like, more. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get any on my hand. Good. But, I mean, whatever they make Churu snacks out of, like, if you've heard stories that Churu snacks are like crack for cats, like Nathan, since I've fed him Churu snacks, Nathan has not been the same since. Like, he is so much more violently, like, meowing for food and doing, like, he's just like, I need food, and he thinks that, like, every time I do it, like, he's just been jumping on the fridge by himself all the time now. It was crazy. Oh man, oh, that sounds really scary. Fish tacos, oh, that sounds really frightening. So, oh jeez. Oh, well, I'm sorry, but 20 years, I mean, 20 years, and if you were able to have the cat for 20 years, and I'm sure you treated her amazingly, that definitely, I mean, giving a cat 20 wonderful years is, I mean, you can't be sad about that, right? You just have to be, you know, happy that you were able to do that. So, oh God, that sounds so scary. Oh God, oh man. Okay, anyways, yeah, my cats are amazing. I love my cats so much. So yeah, again, if you guys want to help support me, here's that GoFundMe. Again, I mean, honestly, I've gotten so much from this GoFundMe already that I am super, super duper grateful to everybody already. I may do one last, like, fundraiser stream, like one like let's hit the goal kind of thing after I get back from Texas Showdown this weekend. But we'll see what happens. So okay. Yeah, let's stop talking about the cat because I'm gonna be really sad unless I could just hug my cat right now. God, oh man, I am murdering the bandwidth on my PC because I'm streaming to 3 channels right now. Hi, Jasmine. Can I? Oh no, I know you hate this. I know you hate this, Jasmine. Oh. Oh no. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Oh shit. I hadn't even update all of this stuff over here. Let's do this updating, shall we? Texas Showdown is one of those tournaments that runs like everything. Kamawano. They run like everything. So I should also update the dates over here. Let's see, what day is it today? The 25th. I didn't even get a new picture now that I think about it. You know what? I'll just do this as a placeholder because maybe I'll get around to this, but you know, you know how I go, right? So when it comes to doing these shows, that it always goes really, really long. So we'll see what happens over here, but let's grab this. So open image in new tab, save image as, oops. Then let's, does that work? Let's see. Nope, doesn't work. This work? Nope. What happened there? Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna have to open it in freaking. Actually, if I just put it there, I think it works. Okay, here we go. That's VF. Okay. Oh! Guess who's here? Guess who's here, guys? Guess who's here? Let's do this. All right, that should work. Let's see here. Okay. Yep, there we go. All right. What I will do here is, so I changed the transition stinger, obviously, and I'm not used to it. So every time I click on it, I freak out for a second. I'm like, Mingna, oh God, oh okay. I'm like, what is happening? What is happening? While I'm sitting here pulling all this stuff up, just as a reminder to everybody on the Ultra Chen TV Twitch that we are now on J Chenzor, as you can see, Lurker Spine, thank you, and as you see from the Moobot over there. So if you do have a chance to jump, oh, you found a local fighting game local near you. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. So hard to find locals these days. What are you doing, Nathan? What are you doing, Nathan? He's trying to find hidden food in my kitchen, so he's running all over my... Dude, he was crawling on my stove, crawling over my sink, and then he looked up and saw me look at him, and he immediately jumped down, dude. He immediately jumped down, dude. It's so funny. Okay, yeah, he'll get the treat as soon as he gets over here and jumps up to the table. Unfortunately, Jasmine's gonna try to steal that from him as well. And now I've forgotten what I'm trying to do here. I have all this. Oh, Nathan. Oh, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Hi. Oh yeah, that convention, that they separated after that first year. So what happened was, that guy that I know that everybody has heard all these terrible stories about, basically he kind of acquired the rights to run Texas Showdown from Chris and from Javi, and then just did it really badly. So eventually Chris and Javi got it back, and then were able to and then we're basically able to return it to its former glory. Nathan, yeah, you meow, huh? Yeah, you meow, huh? Because you know what's coming up. Oh, look, dude, here. Come here, Nathan. Come here, Nathan. Oh, not that far. Okay, come over here. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's good. Oh my God, Nathan, back off, dude. Okay, look. Jesus Christ. He was looking before I even squeezed anything out of this, dude. He was just going nuts. Oh my God. There you go, Nathan. There you go, Nathan. Oh, yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy. Churu. Oh, you dropped some on my hand. There you go. Here, lick my hand again. Lick my hand again. Lick my hand. There you go. Good job. Good job cleaning up my hand. All right. Here you go, Nathan. Here you go. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, Jesus, you spilled all over my pants. I got churro on my pants. Well, that's going into the laundry very soon. Here, there's some more on my palm. Nathan, on my palm. Dude, cats have an enhanced sense of smell. But dude, Nathan, look, see this drop on my hand? Cats have an enhanced sense of smell. Dude, you just missed, it's right there you go. There you go. Jesus, come on, Nathan. Oh my God. All right. Oh, there we go. Here's some more. Nathan, calm down. Dude, he keeps pushing forward. Come over here, Nathan. Come over here. Okay, yeah, come back over here. There you go. There you go. Oh, my God. You crazy cat. You crazy, crazy, crazy cat. There you go. There you go. Let's get one more squeeze out of this. There we go. Just a little bit. Stop walking forward, Nathan. Dude, he comes to meet the tube every single time, and I'm like, hang on, kitty. Hang on. Hang on, kitty. There you go. A little bit more. A little bit more, Nathan. A little bit more. There you go. There you go. Now on my hand. You got some on my hand. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Oh, yummy. That's the price you have to pay, Nathan. You have to let me give you kisses. Like that. You have to accept that, Nathan. There's nothing you can do. Oh, man. Right? It would be so much better than an actual syringe. Now he's going to go after the leftovers over there, or the little tubes, which I'll throw away later, but I'm sorry, Nathan. I've run out of treats. Oh, I've run out of treats. Oh. Look at the boy. Look at the boy. What a good boy. What a good boy. Are you happy, Nathan? Are you happy that I gave you your treats? Look at the happy boy. Look at the happy boy. One of the hard things is that, because since I've gotten back, that Jasmine has been so clingy to me, cats get jealous. Nathan's gotten kind of jealous as a result. And I try to give him a little more like affection and stuff, but it's difficult because Jasmine just kind of is taking up a lot of my time. So it's really hard to do that thing where you have to kind of split your attention between two cats. Oh, there it is. Ugh, fell on the ground. Yeah, they're born in the same year, but Jasmine was born in February, and Nathan was something like August, I think it was. So he is definitely just a little younger. He is definitely the younger sibling. When I got him, he was tiny. When I got Jasmine, she was already basically full grown at like 7 months, basically. So, here, come here, Nathan, over here. People want to see you. Come here, Nathan. Come here, Nathan, over here. Over here, Nathan, come on. There you go. There you go. People want to see you. People want to see you. People want to see. Here, come here, Nathan. Come on. Look, we're going to scratch your cheeks. Oh, look at him. Oh, he is happy. He is happy. He is happy. Oh, comforting. Oh, you can only see just the tip of his face, but you can already see how happy he is. Me scratching his gums like this. He's just like, oh my God. Oh my God, there we go. Yeah. But you are a hairy boy, and you definitely spit hairballs everywhere all the time. Just recently, he spit up a bunch of carpet because he chews on carpet for no reason whatsoever. All right, okay. All right. I mean, birds too, but I mean, not always, unfortunately, because I know somebody who had a bird that unfortunately did pass away. But turtles, yeah, turtles will be there forever, basically. They will outlive you. There we go. All right. Yeah, he's not really, since they were both in shelters, I don't think either of them are really scared of dogs, but so far Nathan and Rock haven't got off to the best start so far. Also largely because every time Rock sees Jasmine and Nathan, he just starts barking at them. I think it might be because that one point in time where Nathan accidentally jumped on like the bed that the little cage thing that Rock was in. So like he just jumped on it and collapsed the whole thing on the Rock. And so I don't think I think Rock kind of remembers that at this point. So oh man. What are my thoughts on the FGC in general right now? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, I mean, I think we're in a great place. We're in a better place than we've, been. But obviously, I do think that the scene is missing a lot of stuff. I am an old soul. So, the thing for me is that's in particular stands out is I think that we're missing arcades really badly. And it doesn't necessarily have to be arcades, but what arcades provided people was so crucial, which was the social aspect. So if you actually have been listening to me rant for for the past few months, I've been ranting a lot about the fact that I think that fighting games are a social genre. Like, fighting games are meant to be social. Like, even learning fighting games, playing fighting games. I mean, the Say Jam Slam is something that shows a lot of that, right? You see how well the players over there are getting, how good they're getting and stuff by having coaches, by having people talk to them, by having people, help them, etc., and having people root for you. All these things are really important, and I really think the online grind is so damn boring. It's like really, really tough to play in that because you're just sitting by yourself. You're playing ranked. You think everybody is being a dick to you, and then there'll be people who teabag, and then people who taunt and like make you feel bad and all this stuff like this. And then after you lose a match, what do? You just jump to the next match. Like in old arcades, you would put a quarter up, wait, watch the person who just beat you beat everybody else, or maybe lose to someone, and you're like, why did they lose to that guy? I'm better than that guy. And and there's like more to process, etc., etc. And it's so important because right now the problem with ranked for fighting games is it feeds into the negative feedback. In fact, this is a great segue into the first topic that I want to talk about, which is learning fighting games here. So I haven't fixed these topics over here. Let's see. We'll see how that all looks right here. All right, let's do this. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, it's too long between games, but see, that's the problem with the lobby system, is that the lobby system gives you no benefit, right? It makes you watch, but it doesn't give you any benefit. That's kind of why I had suggested the online ranked mode kind of thing. Was, you know, to have groups and stuff like that, and it's what I tried to do with the Chenzor Dynasty Discord. So if you guys haven't had a chance to do that, let's see if I can get this out to the Twitch users over here. Let's do this. So I'll do that. On the YouTube side, it's not going to do anything, but I'll just manually copy and paste it into the YouTube chat over here. I guess I can't do that. Here, let me see if I can do it over here. Let's do this. Let's copy the text. Let's come over here. And let's try to paste it into the YouTube chat. Here we go. Oh, excuse me, Nathan. Excuse me, Nathan. So there's the Chenzor Dynasty Discord. One of the things that I did create, so obviously I would just like as many people to be in there as possible, just to chat, hang around, and talk. But one of the things that I did for the Discord here, in case you guys haven't seen this, is on the side over here, I have created I guess I can't do full screen here, but I created a section at the bottom called Spectator Meetup Zone. And obviously there's not a lot of people in Discord yet, so this hasn't been used a lot, but I've created a bunch of voice channels here in the Discord that you could just jump into. So if you jump into here, you know, if you come over here like this and you start streaming, for example, you can actually just start streaming your own games over here. So if you're over here, not edit channel, and you click on this, where is that option? Oh, here it is right there. So you can turn on camera, but you can also share your screen. So you can share a screen, or you can do capture devices, or you can do specific applications, etc. And what I'm hoping is that eventually people start using it as a means to just stream yourself playing online. And the thing is, not everybody has a Twitch channel, and it's like really weird and awkward because all you guys are gonna have to be like, hey, anyone wanna watch me? And jump over to here's my Twitch link and stuff like that. This just kind of provides a way for any one of you guys, because it's open to everybody, which is a risk, clearly, because bots and stuff might actually come and start abusing that. But that way, what I'm hoping is that, you know, people will just start streaming on there, and then you can scroll down. Maybe I should move the group up so it's higher up. But you can see, oh, somebody's playing, and you can just jump in there and just start hanging around with them, voice chat with them, root for them, give them advice and stuff like that, and you can just come and go as you please. But you're basically watching one person play, and, you know, and rooting for them and cheering for them and stuff like that. And I think that that's really, really helpful, honestly. It's a very powerful thing to have, is having people watching and giving you advice and stuff. And even then, what that does for the people who are watching is that it kind of starts making them look at things a little more analytically. Like even the most, you know, like if you're still in like silver or you're in bronze, like even you can be like, I think you're jumping too much. you know, and then you can give suggestions and maybe it doesn't work or whatever, but like it kind of makes the spectators start looking at the game differently, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, and it's a good way to come together. So I'm trying to recreate that kind of feel in my Discord. That's kind of the main goal, is to turn my Discord into a significant social hangout place, to turn it into, you know, what we're missing from the fighting game genre. Of course, it'll only work with more people in there. I don't know if I can get that many people in there. Who knows, this experiment may not even work because nobody actually uses any of that stuff. Regardless, I'm hoping to try it out and make it work, so. I mentioned to you, I responded to you, Hero Mode. I said that I can't do tomorrow because I need to start packing for Texas Showdown, and the City of the Wolves beta starts tomorrow, and that will be the only day I have a chance to mess with it before Thursday. I fly to Texas, so unfortunately, I'm not going to have any time this week. Did you really break a guy's nose, Repentant Man? Come on, man. Come on. So I kind of want to do it, but I'm too introverted to join a voice call on Discord. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And like people said, you could just mute yourself and just, you know, just hang out there and such. Yeah, what might help is if you see other people playing, to start jumping into their streams and just start watching them and just kind of building up a nice rapport with people, because obviously one of the things is like you're scared of having people watch you play and you know, if you do bad, you're like, oh my god, I'm shaming myself. But like, you know, once you start getting a rapport with some of these people, it's a little bit more helpful. Also, what's really important in this Discord, and this took me forever to set up, holy crap, but in the matchmaking section there's a rules read first to get an idea of what's going on, and then if you go to the game's role selection channel, which is just right under here, if you click on this, you'll actually see at the top over here all these games and all these roles that you can select up here. So this role is for Street Fighter 6, this is for Street Fighter Other, this is for Marvel games, this is for Darkstalker games and whatever. And you just click on these and you will self-assign yourself these roles, right? So you assign yourself these roles over here. And then when you come into like spectator meetup zone and go into the spectator meetup channel, you can actually just do @Street Fighter 6 like this, and then go, hey guys, I'm playing SF6, blah, 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 in the chat over there, and that will only ping people who have assigned themselves Street Fighter 6 roles. If you aren't in the Street Fighter 6 role, you won't get that notification. But if you did assign yourself that, you will get that notification. That works in the matchmaking section as well, because as you see in the matchmaking section, there's a beginner, an intermediate, and an expert, and if you're looking for people to play, you can jump into whichever one of these, and you notice it's not game specific. And if I made them game specific, beginner, intermediate, and expert, I would have like 88,000 channels. So instead I did this so that if you go to beginner, intermediate, or expert, and now for beginner you can be like, hey, Fatal, like, actually you would do, what is it? I thought it was Fatal Fury. Where's my Fatal Fury role over here? Did I not call it that, or did I not make one yet? Or is it, can I not add it because that's weird? Where's my big role selection? I should have that here. Should be Fatal Fury. Why is my Fatal Fury role? Is it because weird? All right, I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on there. I see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Weird. It just, oh, it's down at the bottom in the green over here. Okay. So, but yeah, then I could do @Fatal Fury, hey guys, looking for matches, but that way you're only pinging people who have marked themselves as actually playing that game. And so that way, if you don't play those games, you're not gonna get bothered by the matchmaking, pings. It's only for the games that you mark yourselves down as wanting to play. So this is just kind of a thing that I wanted to set up. You could even list yourself as an other fighting game if the fighting game you play is not on here. You can also do other non-fighting games, guest, don't play games. I'm just really happy because for the other fighting games role, you probably can't see it, but I made it a Yi Are Kung Fu sprite. That just made me happy. Just made me happy. There's a feature that I totally didn't know about, which is you can right-click the voice channels to open up the associated text chat. Yes, yeah. Oh, okay, so a lot of people don't know this. Yeah, so if you do this and you're in here, you can also, like, what's the best way to get there? Like, usually what I do is I get to this screen. So when you're in this screen here, like, you come over here and you're in this chat right here, right? You can also see right there, there's an open chat button down here, or even on this window here, there should be emoji. This is sound. I could have swore there was a way to chat. Oh, it's up here, I think. Yeah, show chat at the up right corner right over here. There you go. So you can just open the chat here while you're doing all this stuff over here. So that works as well. But there is a chat option. So if you open the chat, you can talk to people just in this channel. And so you can talk to people there. So yeah, again, Discord's not very good. Yeah, there you go. So there you go. You see that Nutacon here has talked in here, and Lurker Spine is here. So again, this is just for this channel. So when you do come to take this channel, you're going to have the old chat from the last person who used it, but you know, it's there as an option to communicate while you're there, basically. But yeah, that's the Chenzor Dynasty Discord. So if you guys want to jump into that, please feel free to take a look at that. So and like I said, I'm trying to do a lot of stuff. There's also a lot of suggestions you can type in. Everybody's free to type in some suggestions. Also, everybody is free to report as well. So the other thing that I really want to make sure about this Discord is that this Discord will be free of hate speech. Okay, that is one of my rules here. This is like the main rule. Keep everything as friendly as possible. I will not put up with bigotry, with hate speech of any kind whatsoever. Like, if you start delving into the realm of hate speech, I will just ban you. And you can also report people over here as to examples of things that they've done, like tell me, check out this channel or whatever, check out this user, etc., etc. I will not actually put up, oh, don't tempt me, level 1 intern. Don't tempt me, because I will definitely do karaoke stuff. But again, the point is that you craft the environment that you want to exist, right? And I am going to make sure that I'm going to craft this to be a very, very welcoming place. Again, no hate speech here. Honestly, like, I know there's people out there who are like, this is so stupid, that's not fair, James, because you're limiting my free speech or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And just basically my take on this is that, like I said, that is my goal for this Discord, is to be very, very community friendly, okay? Like, and to avoid all the hate speech. And I want this to be a welcome space for everybody to join this. And if you don't like that, there are so many Discords out there that don't do this that you can hang out in. Like, there's no specific reason why, if you're hanging out in my Discord, you can't behave yourself, okay? That's just what it is. And if you really need to get into that point where you get to express your bigotry as much as you want, there are lots of other Discords. That is what free speech is actually about, is that, you know, like, if somebody else lets you do that, you absolutely can. But in my Discord, I don't want to let that, so you know what? You can't do it. The end, the end, the end. So again, this is kind of the thing that I want to do, is just make this as welcoming as possible to everybody. So, and like I said, I want to keep it as a friendly environment. I want people to, you know, go in there and encourage you while you're playing. If someone joins your stream and is, you know, ever like being an asshole, like, haha, you suck, haha, you suck. Like, I mean, like, let me know. We'll try to kick them out, you know, we'll kick them out and get them out of there and stuff. So, but right, exactly. You can do it. You'll just be removed. That's it. That's it. So, yeah. So, no, I mean, this Discord is open to all ages. But, you know, just be friendly. Am I getting paid for casting now? What do you mean, Factory Worker 1? I'm not sure what that question means exactly. It's a weird question. Are you getting paid for casting now? And again, if you are on the Ultra Chen TV Twitch, make sure that you jump over to J Chenzor, because that is where I will be streaming from now on. Oh, Repentant Man, you are going to Texas Showdown too. Sorry, I didn't see all that because I am on the other channel. I hope you did jump over there. But yeah, we are on the other channel now. So, I hope you do jump over to twitch.tv/jchenzo. In fact, I will do another raid, just to shift you guys all the way over there right now. So 2 viewers, 6 viewers, 7, 10, 13, and that's it. Okay. So I'll raid you guys over there. Just throw you over to the other chat for now. Right. And I'm not saying don't ever criticize, or don't ever, you know, or if you guys are just playing matches for fun and have some friendly smack talk, absolutely. Hey, shout outs to Ultra Chen, thank you for the raid. But yeah, like just be, you know, constructive with your criticism, you know. Or if you're watching somebody in one of those streams and you think they're really bad and you just really want to say something negative, leave the voice chat. Just leave, just go away. You know, you don't have to watch it, kind of thing. So yeah. But again, you know, the goal of that is to be a welcoming space. I want to try to replicate some of the you know, usefulnesses of SRK in the back in the days. Now, obviously, there's no way I'm ever going to get this Discord server to be like SRK was, because SRK was massive, etc., etc. But you can create forums in Discord now. They've actually added the ability for you to create forums in case you want that. And, you know, if it gets to the point where enough people are in here and would like to have me add a forum, I'll just add a Street Fighter 6 forum and have character channels and stuff like that and try to do old school SRK stuff. I would just have to make sure I find good moderators for every one of those forums and stuff. But again, there's a lot of potential here. Unfortunately, Discord is also really hard to use. Like, they don't want to make things work the way that you would like it to work. Let me tell you. Oh my God, it's annoying. But you know, it's right. Barney showing back up again. Yeah, exactly. Oh man. Well, I mean, Discord is IRC. Discord is based off of IRC. That's why they're pound whatever, is because all these channels are just basically running on the backs of IRC. In fact, I don't know if Twitch chat is still doing that, but Twitch chat used to just be running on IRC. You could actually, in the past, get an IRC app on your phone and find the Twitch chat of any channel just by like, I forgot how to do it, but you could actually just load the chats in there. On an old IRC app, because it was just IRC before. So Yeah, pound is pound, exactly. Instead of hashtag, right? But yeah, the channel names in Discord are pound whatever because that's what Discord that's what the IRC channels used to be called. The secret channel was pound Capcom, right? Like, so that's where everybody used to talk all the time, except me, because it's hard for me to use Discord because I am not good at IRC, because when conversations just scroll crazy, I have trouble dealing with that kind of thing, honestly. Like, it's too fast, it's too much information, and I always have to scroll back to see what everybody said to make sure I didn't miss anything. So it is difficult for me to use IRC, and why I'm not active on a lot of Discords. Now, I've been trying to be a little more active on my own Discord. Can't promise anything, but I do check in a lot more often than I used to. So, watching half the channel vanish due to a relay going down. It was always just like blah 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 blah. Has left. You're like, holy crap. I mean, honestly, IRC is still kind of like that secret back room of the internet, right? Like, the people who still use it are, it really is like, knowing where the speakeasy clubs are in LA, you're like going down this crazy, horrible, dingy alley, and you're like, this is scary, and then you go down a staircase, knock on a door, opens, it's like the fanciest, like hangout place, man. You're talking about the BBS boards? I think it is. The BBS, I think it is. That was even before I started using the internet a lot. Although, as I've said many times on the stream, if you know what brawlmindlink.net is, then you are super old school. That was definitely just an FTP server, but it was like a fighting game FTP server. It was like the first place that anyone ever on the internet actually shared FAQs and docs and stuff like that. There wasn't really any chat, but people would upload graphics, FAQs and stuff, obviously on our 56K modems, you couldn't upload videos, trust me. But yeah, brawlmindlink.net was one of the first ones. I should just do a whole thing on that one of these days if I could find out who ran it or anything. If I could actually find information on brawlmindlink.net, that would actually be kind of cool. I'm gonna think about this now. Anyways, I should really start the stream officially because it's been 2.5 hours, and who knows how long I'm gonna take on all of this stuff over here. I'm gonna add one more thing to the topic list here just in case I get to it. Also, let me do this, the AWT in Venom. Oops. Oh, God, move the mouse, please. Okay. All right, so we'll do that. There we go. All right. I mean, I'll tell you, Alexinatron, obviously that's my background. I'm known for writing FAQs and stuff like that. That's what makes it so hard for me to create content on YouTube, because I'm so goddamn verbose. I've been trying to make this Zangief tech video, but I've been trying to write this tech video, but my script for it, when I tested it, is 40 minutes long. Because if you're on an FAQ, it's better to put as much information as possible, because anybody who took the time to download it and read it would like as much information as possible. But for videos, it's like, I want to watch this 2-minute video so I can move on to the next 2-minute video, right? So you can't put as much information in there. And it's really hard for me to make content, because one of the reasons why I thrived on game facts and stuff like that was because I am so goddamn verbose, and I want to tell you every goddamn thing that exists. I want you to understand everything, you know? And honestly, in text, it's a lot easier to skip paragraphs too. So like, if you're reading this and like, James Chen, I don't care, like, you'll just jump to the next thing. But like on videos, the problem with videos is, yes, you can just skip chapters. The problem is, if you go to a video and you're like, cool Zangief tech, and you look at the timestamp and it's like 40 minutes, you're gonna be like, I don't care what this tech is. You're just like, it's not worth 40 minutes of my time, you know? Like, so it's tough, right? Because literally the length of it is a deterrent for people watching the content. It's a weird situation, especially if it's like the history of brawlmindlink.net and you see it's like 40 minutes, you're like, oh, sick, I want to learn about this. But if it's just like, learn this Zangief tech, and it's like 40 minutes, you're like, there's no way I'm watching this, you know? Yeah. Mark, yeah, you put timestamps, and then you know in your title. But also, a lot of the times when people highlight a video on YouTube, it starts playing the first few seconds. Like, I'm just gonna put in giant text, like, you don't have to watch all 40 minutes. Like, there's, like, skip around with chapters, you know, stuff like that. So I'll try to do that if I have a chance. So anyways, let's go ahead and start the stream now. Very weird. So again, like, I didn't realize that people did this kind of stuff all the time. I didn't realize that people made content by watching other people's content and commenting on it, right? Like, that actually was shocking to me. And so, you know, my producer, who's been helping me with my channel and stuff, was like, it's like, hey, yeah, you should talk about this Brian F video. And I was like, we can do that? And then I kind of found out about this a little bit more because of one of my videos. I started getting all these comments from Lord Knight viewers. They're like, I'm here from Lord Knight, you know? And I'm like, what? And then I went to go see what his video was, and he's talking all sorts of crap. So Lord Knight, let me tell you something. Time for a clap back. No, I'm just kidding. It's not going to be a clap back. But still, you did me dirty, okay? You did me dirty. And the chat and the comments on that video, dude, you guys have no idea. Anyways, let's actually get into this now, and let's actually do official stream now. So not sure how it's gonna, I mean, we can just probably watch the video and I'll comment it as we go. So it'll take a little long here, but I'm sure my editor can cut out lots of the little pieces here and there. So yeah, it's so weird. Like, this is just a normal thing. And people are like, yeah, there's reaction videos. And I'm like, I thought reaction videos were like, new trailer comes out, here's my reaction. Reveal, here's my reaction. I didn't realize it, like, reaction videos are literally reacting to other people's videos. Like, it's even weird right now that even on Twitch, re-streaming somebody else's stream, like, I used to ask permission all the time. Nobody does that. Like, re-streaming someone else's stream is just like a thing. Like, nobody complains. Nobody does anything. Like, it's just like, I'm re-streaming Capcom Cup. Like, the only thing that I know that's not re-streamable is just Japan's Street Fighter League. That's it, dude. Yeah, reaction content. I had no idea is like this. So I'm gonna try to take advantage. You're at 99. I need to find good things to do with these points. What do you guys see on other channels that are neat ideas of ways to spend your channel points? If you can, just give me some ideas. Here, I probably just won't notice. So, you know, at some point in time, I'll see if I can come up with some good idea. Oh, gambling, gotchas and stuff. But in any case, I'll figure something out for you guys at some point. So, Oh, right. But my problem is that I haven't restreamed tournaments a lot recently. So we'll figure that. Yeah, giving treats to cats would be a really good one, actually. That would actually be a really good one. Yeah, but make it really expensive. Exactly. Sorry. Not a con. Make a no swords redeem. He had to play Spiral online without using swords. Oh, dude, when I start playing matches, we're gonna have to start doing crazy things like that for sure. When I finally get back into streaming myself playing. Oh, he'll body everybody anyway, dude. He's Ducto. Come on. Yeah, but like I said, nobody asked for permission. Like, I don't remember Lord Knight ever coming to me and be like, hey, can I do a reaction video to your content? I don't remember, like, that conversation never came up, so, that's the way it works. Yeah, cat cam, although for the cat cam, that's just something I just want to make in general. I just want to have a cat cam for you guys. I have a lot of ideas for that, but I have to change the way a lot of stuff is organized here because there's not a lot of room back here. But what I'd like to do is have it so that the cats are in the vicinity, and that way, and also that I'm further forward, because right now, as you can see, like, I'm right here, right? Like, this poster is right here. And so, like, there's no room behind me whatsoever. And you see a lot of people stream. They usually stream in the room. You can see the whole thing. So you can see a lot of stuff. But again, I'm just in the dining room area of my tiny condo. So, like, I don't have a lot of space. But if I change the way things are set up over here, I can push everything forward a little bit, have more room back here. I could put, like, a cat tree in the corner that you guys can see on stream all the time. And hopefully the cats will enjoy the cat tree. And I can put a shelf back here, and I can put trinkets on the shelf as well. So I have a lot of ideas here, but again, that's secondary right now to doing the brand merging, etc., etc. So. Oh, sound clips? Yeah. Do I have any collections to show off? I mean, my video game collection is very impressive, which is why when my house almost caught on fire, thanks to the LA fires, when I packed things up into boxes, a lot of it was the old comic strip that my brother and I used to draw. So I just would put all of that stuff in there. And then I grabbed a bunch of video games that I know are worth a lot of money. I have almost mint condition Radiant Silver Guns on the Sega Saturn, including the little cardboard spine thing in like pristine condition. Like I have like old gold, Ocarina of Time cards. I have, Night Trap from the Sega CD that doesn't have the rating on there. Like I've got a lot of very valuable stuff. So yeah. I had to save those because if your house burns down, you're going to need to sell something to try to buy a lot of things back. So I also have like all the classic Mega Man and Mega Man X franchises on their original platform as well. So, stuff like that. I wouldn't say I have any my Final Fantasy CD collection, my audio CD collection is pretty freaking impressive too. I know when my mom and my dad, come up to me and they're like, James, do you ever miss being able to buy things? Like it feels like they're being passive aggressive in like, James, get a job, okay, please. But man, I do miss buying things sometimes. Oh man. Yeah. No, for sure. I'll do a lot of that stuff for us. That's a good idea. Like I said, once I start getting into more of the other streams, I've just been spending a lot of days either ADHDing my day away to uselessness or actually doing stuff or getting OCD. Because like, seriously, I was like, let me update the graphics, like this graphic down here in the corner. Let's update it. And then I was like, I really wanted to update the logo. So let me update the logo. And then I spent hours updating the logo, and all I did really was change the background into a triangle. Like, why did it take me that long to update the logo, you know? But it was seriously like, I would do this, and I'm like, oh, I want to get this radical so that it sticks out a little on top, and I was like, let's make it drop, let's move this, let's try to do this, can I change the triangle shape, and it just like went friggin' forever. It went friggin' forever, dude. Oh, man. Like, are you talking about retro fighting games or just retro gaming, period? Are you just talking about just retro gaming, period? Because I can definitely just do retro gaming, period. What? Oh, here we go. Here we are. Okay. Also, just want to make sure is the YouTube chat still going on? I haven't seen it. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so Do Glider does one button challenge where he has to play around using only one button. Oh my God. He also does Summon Medusa where he has to land a snake edge. Gambling. Yeah. There's a lot of good things there. So in general, or actually both. Yeah, for sure. I'll look and I definitely want to do that. I mean, when I first started streaming on this channel, I did an old Mega Man stream where I showed off all of the stupid shit that I know about that game. And it was kind of hilarious. It'd be fun to do that again, you know, for Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 2. But also, I have played Mega Man X1, I've played Mega Man X2. I've never played X3. I've played most of X4, I think. I think I got to the end and I never beat it. And I have the Mega Man X collection, and I've never played through all of these things, so I really do want to do that. Well, Tetris the Grandmaster 4 comes out in 10 days. Crazy enough, so I will definitely be doing more Tetris streams as well. Boy, today has just turned into a future plans for Ultra Trend TV. Future plans for Jay Chenzor. The Chenzor Dynasty. So if you're wondering, like, obviously I'm going to brand everything Jay Chenzor. So what happens to the Chenzor Dynasty? Well, the Chenzor Dynasty is still going to exist. It's just my community, basically. Just like how Sajam has Sajam and the Hoop Squad, right? So instead of Hoop Squad, my community will be the Chenzor Dynasty. So that will remain. So that's basically doing that way. So... hi, I don't know if you're a bot, HZHA, because the name is suspicious, but if you are new on Twitch, I'm here about fighting games. If you are not a bot, type I am not a bot in the chat. I'm curious. But if you're not, then yeah, awesome. Welcome. I talk about fighting games all the time. I play Tetris and I like old video games. So, okay, cool. I am not a bot, bro. There you go. You are new. Okay. Yeah, Twitch, I mean, a lot of people just like to play fighting games over here. I am mostly known for Street Fighter kind of stuff. I'm actually in the game as one of the in-game commentators. So I am, I've been playing fighting games forever. I know more about the history of fighting games than just about anyone else you'll find on Twitch right now. So if you want to continue to support me, I would love that. If you like fighting games, if fighting games are not your thing, no harm done. Thank you for checking out the channel. Appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. I mean, dude, I have tried to... When SimCity came out on the SNES, and I was like, I have never played SimCity. I want to play SimCity. Oh, by the way, HHH, also, if you like cats, this is a good stream to be on. But when SimCity first came out on the SNES, like, and the first thing was like, what do you want to name your city? Dude, decision paralysis. I've started kind of realizing that OCD really has to do with decision paralysis, and that being OCD makes it so that you make up dumb rules in your head so you can pick things and not have to make weird decisions, right? And so, like, literally, I turned on that, I turned on SimCity and it said, name your city. And I shit you not, I was there for maybe 3 or 4 hours trying to pick a name of the city. Hi, Nathan. I could not think of a name. I didn't know what to name it. I sat there for like hours. I was just like, what do I name it? Whatever I name it, I'm stuck with forever, you know? And just, dude, I just sat there forever. It was so bad. It was really, really bad. So, anyways, let's do the official stream here. Let's actually do the official stream. Let's talk about this. Like I said, this is my first time doing James Chen Reacts. So let's do that and be right back here. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday. Things look a little different here today. You probably saw a little different transition right there, a little stinger clip right there. But as you can see here, It Was Tuesday is now officially streaming on twitch.tv/jchenzor. I am streaming currently on UltraChen TV as well, but if you are watching on twitch.tv/UltraChen TV, it will be switching over to jchenzor officially in a couple of weeks. I'll still be streaming on the old channel for a while to get people aware of the transition. Same with the YouTube channel. It is currently UltraChen TV, but it will be switching over to jchenzor as well, so that everything can be properly branded as jchenzor. So that's the goal, and I hope you guys aren't confused. So you know, just enjoy it. The posters in the background are from Udon for their Darkstalkers Cross Street Fighter series. I don't think that they're being sold anymore, unfortunately. But yes, everything is jchenzor now. I'm still working a little bit more on the logo. I just picked a random, not a random font, but I just picked a font for a very specific reason, but I'm still looking for, you know, better ideas of what I can do with that and stuff, and so I'll probably be hitting some people up at some point in time. Any case, this is a first for me, not only just, you know, obviously streaming and changing all this stuff and streaming It Was Tuesday on jchenzor, but I was telling my chat before the stream officially started that I have never really done reacts videos, and I always thought react videos were like, oh, let's watch this trailer, we react to this being person, but I guess a lot of people just watch other people's content and react to that. And I don't know why. Look, I'm just not savvy enough on all this, like, on a lot of the YouTube. Again, I'm old, right? So leave me alone. Anyways, I you know, talked with my producer, editors, mostly my producer, and, you know, he had suggested a video to react to. And then, coincidentally, I found out that someone reacted to one of my videos, and it probably was, and it definitely was not the first time. So, you know what? I am going to actually react back. So we'll see what happens with that. So let's actually go to the first one over here. So the first one that I want to talk about is actually from Brian F. here. Brian F., you know, obviously does a lot of great content here on YouTube, and one of the things he started talking about was learning fighting games and kind of the pitfalls that come with it, and things that kind of you know, he finds that holds people back. He does say so. I mean, I agree with a lot of what he says. I just want to add on to a few things here. And you know, I've been saying this whole entire time that I think fighting games are harder to learn than a lot of other esports and stuff, and he kind of echoes that a little bit, but talks about the 1v1 nature a little bit. But let's go ahead and watch this. It's just a 14-minute video here, so we're gonna check this out over here. And It's always weird to me that Brian has another Brian in the background, but you know what? Like I said, one of these days, I was just telling my stream, I want to like move stuff, get myself more space so I can put cool things in the background as well. So let's go ahead and take a listen to this here.
Planned for this video, but I left a
Oops, let's do this.
Hey, what's up? I don't really have anything planned for this video, but I left a rather agitated response to a YouTube comment, and I figured rather than doing that, I deleted the comment, and I figured I would just rant to you guys. And
So let me know if the volume's okay. I can definitely turn it up. Let me know if you need it to be louder or anything. I will turn it a little bit louder here. But let me know if you guys want it even more. It's a tad low. Okay, let's actually turn it up here. So, you know what? My editor could probably
setting negative expectations for yourself and the harm that I believe.
Yeah, okay,
I wanted to talk a bit about the idea of setting negative expectations for yourself and the harm that I believe that causes. And I think there's an epidemic of people who don't understand that they have within them the innate ability to learn and to grow. And this is a self-defeating mind.
This is an interesting conversation here, because that line that he talks about there literally has nothing to do with fighting games, right? Like, that's just a general statement that you have the ability to learn and grow. And this is really important to me, which is why I've obviously said that I feel like anybody really can learn fighting games. Like, I really do feel like it. And there's a lot of people in my chat are going to be like, I'm still in gold forever. Like, I can't learn fighting games. They're too hard. And again, it's mindset. Brian will go into this a little bit more, but it's also, you have to understand, the actual importance of things in your life. A lot of people who have trouble achieving those higher levels in fighting games, they want the results of having it be important in your life, but it's not actually that important because you will rather spend time doing other things. Other things are more important, so you don't dedicate as much resources to it. There are going to be people who will dedicate the resources and still have trouble, but again, let's move on so you can hear what Brian says here.
And that I see all over the place, especially in the realm of fighting games, because I think fighting games are really brutal and really confront you with your weaknesses up front and center. I don't know, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit.
True.
Because it seems to be
Very
something
true.
that it always comes up whenever I talk about educational videos. Really what spurred this rant I'm about to go on, I believe, is I put out this video, the Ultimate Street Fighter 6 Starter Guide for 2025 here. You might have different thumbnails based on what YouTube decides to deliver to you.
Good call. There is an echo. So let me do this. Yoink. All right, so that way I can do this. Yoink. All right, here we go.
Double and I worked really hard on this video, and I'm really proud of how it came out. And it's basically an introduction to Street Fighter 6, and I figured with the recent Capcom Cup 11, Sage M Slam, I figured this would be a good jumping off point now to do a really well produced and concise introduction video to Street Fighter 6. So in this video, I build on my experiences from coaching in Sage M Slam, and I present a sort of dichotomy between the approaches of someone like Doki Bird and someone like SK. And in the intro, I reference them here. Well, I was also a coach in the very first Sage M Slam for Street Fighter 6, where I was able to successfully coach players like Doki Bird to become the most feared player in her division, and also players like SK, who started the game from scratch and went on to become Master Rank.
Let's go!
And this brings us to yeah, so I kind of dropped that to establish both my credibility as a player and a coach, and showed that I've had success in helping new players achieve success in this game. And and then I, throughout the video, I kind of reference approaching it from more modern controls, instant wins, mind games with Doki Bird, and more long-term foundational planning with SK. Kind of just serving as a juxtaposition as we go through the whole video. But a lot of the comments are rightfully so about how SK, oh, SK, just keep in mind you might not have results as soon as SK. It's a long time. It can take a long time to learn and grow, and don't be disappointed if you don't have immediate success, which I think is all fine and good. But sometimes I feel like the tone and the source of these comments comes from a really messed up place where I almost think they do far more harm than good. I didn't go into it, but yeah, SK's case of how fast she got at the master, I believe was within 2 months. It is a rather exceptional case because, for one, SK is literally a professional content creator and streamer, so she's able to dedicate all of her time playing ungodly amount of hours to practice at the game. She grinds very hard. She's already been a high-level gamer in Overwatch, Deadlock, Marvel Rivals, right? She understands how to learn.
Yeah, this is, oh man, this is so important. In fact, someone in the chat typed it earlier, which is about learn how to learn. That was What's Up Sona typed that in there. And this is so important. And yeah, this is why you'll actually see a lot of players who are good at one genre of competitive gaming able to jump to other competitive games pretty quickly, right? I mean, you get a lot of these guys like Sajam, for example, and like Vicious and Ringe and all these guys. Like, they're not going to be like Marvel Rivals, like super experts, but they will get good at a game like Marvel Rivals a lot faster than a lot of other people would. And it's because they're good at gaming, and especially at competitive gaming. They understand how to learn, like what to learn and how to learn. And this has nothing to do with knowing the game's mechanics or anything like that. It is just solely just like they understand, like they can play a game, a genre that's completely different, and when something goes wrong, they have that critical mind to just be like, so what did I do wrong here? Like, what was the mistake, And they can figure it out quickly, because it's not about knowing the mechanics and et cetera. Like, maybe the answer is something they even don't know the mechanic for or whatever. Or like if you're playing, say, like League of Legends, you don't know what the build tree to go down, to get whatever things to make up for these things. But like, they'll still have an understanding, like, okay, I understand that what I'm doing is not working, and that there's probably a reason for it, and I should try to figure it out. And not only that, but the most important thing is that a lot of these people will probably also, so there's two very important things. The first one is they might realize that they don't know the answer, they can't figure out the answer, they don't have the answer, and that's okay. Keep going. Keep going. Work on the things that maybe you can find answers for. So again, the important thing is understanding that losing is part of the process, and not having answers is part of the process. This is one of the most important things. The other most important thing is that, oh geez, I lost the other thing. OCD, ADHD mind. Shoot. Anyways, if I remember, I'll get back to it. So basically, learning how to learn is really, really important. And also just understanding that, it's going to be hard. It's tough. It's going to take a while for you to get there. A lot of the times what happens with players, is that fighting games and any game is easy to find success with specific things. And it's particularly difficult because what happens is the thing that's been working forever stops working. And when that happens, it feels frustrating, because the only thing that you've managed to find so far that's given you some success suddenly doesn't work anymore. And so now you just think about all the other times you've lost, and you're like, well, all that didn't work, and now this doesn't work. What am I supposed to do? Like, my character sucks? Is that what it is? My character sucks? Or what's going on? It's one of those things. But like, the understanding that, everything you learn is going to keep changing and morphing, and like, you have to understand that you're fighting against other people as well who are trying to learn with you at the same time. I often talk about that. Oh, it's a two-player game, because that's what you need to do. And so, that's something that's really important. And that is kind of what Brian F. is talking about here. SK is a streamer, streams all sorts of games. And so she understands that process. This is a process that we all have to learn and understand. Yeah, no, you're right, Forrest. The reason why I say that there aren't a lot of really good Honda and Blanca users out there, why people always think that they're bad until someone proves them otherwise, is because they use them, they're easy, they're trolly, and then when it stops working, they just stop playing them because, like, well, that stopped working, whatever, I'm done. And that's it, right? So it's very important to have that mindset, and Brian F. is going to talk a lot about this. Well, I'm going to bring it up. Mentality. It's always about mentality. Games get boring to me way too fast. I mean, that's absolutely a problem. Popularity is a factor too, yes, because if you can't find opponents on ranked, the game is kind of miserable, right? But, fortunately, games like Tekken and Street Fighter, et cetera, it's easy to find players on ranked, so they're the ones that are the easiest to play online. So yes, having good netcode and having a good online player base is very, very important. There's a lot of outside factors, but regardless, like every game that exists that is competitive like this, there is enough information out there to get you to that point. The problem is that listening to that and absorbing things, and I say this all the time about tutorials or education videos and stuff, is that a lot of them are very much like, you have to do this, you have to do this, and it just goes in one ear out the other. Or you remember, I have to press buttons, or I have to not jump, and like the problem is they're teaching you what to do. It's not, and so you're like, yeah, James, you're right. They have to teach you why to do those things. Yeah, sort of, but you can teach the why, but you want to teach the people to figure out the why themselves. And you have to that's what I wanted to say. You have to teach people the why themselves. Oh God, I forgot, I lost it again. Crap, dude, the ADHD brain sucks so much. I hate this. So, you have to teach people to be able to figure out the why themselves. Jesus, I forgot it again. It came into my head and then it went away. Okay, so you have... I hate my brain. Anyways, you have to teach people how to figure out the why themselves, right? You have to teach people to learn, to be able to teach themselves. That's kind of one of the most important things. So a lot of times when people are trying to teach fighting games, they're like, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. But I think that's a mistake. I really think one of the keys is that you have to teach people how to think. Like, you have to get philosophical, and you really have to let people know what they're in for, and that, a lot of it is going to require looking into yourself, like actually, looking deep within your soul, honestly. And that's what's going to get you far. And again, when people become good at one game, it's usually because they've developed that mindset, and again, that mindset will carry over. When you see someone like Sajam play fighting games, like he'll play a brand new fighting game, it's completely different mechanics, but he's like, oh, I get it, this is really good. Like, oh wait, maybe this is not as good as I thought, and like, but then like after like 2 hours, like Sajam is like already like super good at a lot of these fighting games, right? And it's because you have that gaming mentality. And again, that's what Brian F. is referring to here with SK. And so that gives you an advantage, but then you have to also realize that this is not an innate talent. Sajam and SK were not born with this mindset. They were not born with this talent. Being good at competitive games and having the right mindset has nothing to do with what you're born with, because there's nothing in nature that would want to teach you, that would want you to know how to do this stuff, right? Like, it's something that you have to teach yourself, and it is learnable by everybody. So when you want to get good at fighting games, that's the first thing that you have to accept, that you have to understand, that you have to learn, right? Is you have to start understanding, how to teach yourself to play these games and how to have the right mindset. It's all mental, man. So much of this is mental. It's crazy. Let me unpause. I thought that would do it. Okay,
She's learned how to learn, and has applied that to many different game genres. That is the skill, I think, of any pro gamer. A lot of them have learned how to learn. Now, not every gamer that reaches like really big heights in whatever game that they compete in is able to transfer those skills that effectively, you see a pretty common trend of high-level competitive gamers being able to take their talents across different genres and mediums, because there's a common thread of learning how to learn, and someone like SK has mastered that. A lot of these comments I saw about like, oh, keep in mind it's exceptional. It is exceptional. That's a fact. But sometimes...
Actually, I mean, look. We're getting Brian F some money here, okay? We're getting Brian F some cash, so we're gonna do this, okay? Play one whole ad and then we'll skip. There we go. All right. We are getting Brian F some cash. Cha-ching! Let's go.
Keep in mind it's exceptional. It is exceptional. That's a fact. But sometimes these comments go to the other extreme. Their comment was saying, keep in mind, you might not get to master rank. It might take you 1 year. It might take you 2 years if you're a brand new player. It might take you 3 years. You might never get there. And I'm thinking, brother, 3 years for master rank? The game has not even been out for 3 years. But it is true that some people never progress. But I don't think that's inherent to them. I don't think that's really a problem with the individual. And I don't think the goal of getting to master rank is something that is unattainable. I firmly believe that in most cases, the barrier to reaching a goal like master rank, based on how the Street Fighter 6 rank system functions in and of itself, is due to a lack of guidance, such as coaching, so that they can have focused practice to work explicitly on the issues they're facing to add to their skill set overall in order to continuously improve and progressively overload in their talents in the game. I think...
Yeah, this is one of the hardest things, and this is why, just to shift this to where I talk about everything, fighting games are a social genre, man. Like, the reason why we could get... So my whole point is that let's just say no fighting game has ever existed and it comes out today, right? And let's not even, like, try to stack against the fighting games too, right? Like, let's actually say Street Fighter 2 comes out and is actually a really good balanced game that has good speed, and let's just say picture the most perfect version of Street Fighter 2 that you can think of, and it's released today. It would not be able to get as popular. It just wouldn't. It would have no chance. It would have no chance right now, because the way that it succeeded a long time ago was the social environment. It literally brought people back into the arcades. I don't know if you realize, arcades were already dying. Literally, Street Fighter 2 was the last, charge to keep arcades alive for just that much longer. And that social environment made a difference. And also, when it came out in the SNES, everybody went to each other's houses and played, etc., etc. Having that social environment is so important. Even if your friend was beating you up all the time and laughing at you or whatever, you would be like, I need to get better to beat him. And you would start trying to figure out how to beat him. But, you're thinking about these kind of things. The hardest part is you just go on ranked and you play and you just lose. And it's just it's really, really hard to grow in fighting games. It really, really is, especially in today's climate. I think it's almost I feel like it's actually working against you more than it is. Obviously netcode's great. We can play anyone online, etc., etc. Games are super balanced now, and they're fun. But I still think it's actually significantly more difficult to learn fighting games. I mean, I see people in the chat right now already talking about they're falling out of love with fighting games. They just don't hit like they used to. If you're an OG player, I mean, that goes into a whole different conversation about how fighting games are just very different today than they were back in the day. Sorry, I just watched My Cousin Vinny, and so I'm doing Marissa Tomei stuff. Then they were. I think fighting games are very, very different. And it's tough, and it makes it harder because a lot of us who played a lot of the old fighting games, we have a lot of different skills that work for those games that don't work for modern games today. And people yell at me when I say that fighting games are completely different, and I wish they would stop, because a lot of people out there that are having trouble who loved fighting games before and don't love a lot of the fighting games now is because they don't understand how different the fighting games are. And again, this is not like change, like, oh, it's changed because players are better. No, like literally, like I can't even necessarily say that Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI are like the same strategy, mentality at all compared to older games, right? Like, but we have to acknowledge that, and people are not acknowledging that. I'm sorry, I'm going off on a completely another topic, because it does help a lot of the people understand why they are having trouble with it. So, like, I've heard stories about, yay, so old school player really wanting to come back and maybe trying to play fighting games. And I was like, please let them talk to me so I can explain how fighting games have changed in like 30 years, so they are completely aware and don't try to play these games like the old ones. It's really, really different. Yeah. So the person who was, I mean, I hope you don't mind, me saying your name on the video here. Obviously, people can see the chat. But Fish Tacos here was just saying, like, I can't even zone with Ryu anymore, not like I used to. And yeah, you can't. You just can't. Like, because that's just not how a lot of modern fighting games are played. Why? Because people hate chip damage, and people hate all these things, and so literally, what's the threat of a fireball if it can't chip damage you, right? Like, how does that even work, right? It's like, it's really kind of annoying. But, that's the problem, is like, if you play a lot of old games and you jump in and try to do what you want to do. So, like, for example, I took Guile online in Street Fighter 6, and I was like, holy crap, his crouching medium kick is so good. Oh my God, his Sobat reaches so far. These buttons are great. And so I took him online, and I started trying to do Guile things like low forward, Sonic Boom, low forward, Sobat, low forward, all this stuff. And, that was just my old school Guile habits. But the problem is all those moves are negative. So if I did low forward into Sobat, I just got punched in the face. If I did Sobat into low forward, I just got punched in the face, right? You want so hard to play the game the way that you used to be able to play it, and it's not possible anymore. You have to learn different stuff, and it's tough. And if we talk about this a little bit more, and again, tying it into why I paused this video right here, is because coaching is important. If somebody's not out there telling you this, then you just think there's something wrong with you. But it's not. So if Fish Tacos, if you are an old school fighting game player, that is why you are having trouble, because the game isn't the same anymore. But the problem is no one's telling you that. And a lot of people are like, oh, fighting games are easy. Oh, it's just the same. Oh, and then, so now you think you're doing something wrong. Now you think it's your fault. There's a lot of times where I've been playing a game and I'm like, I'm not doing well. And then I found out I'm playing it wrong and I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, I don't get mad. Like, I'm like, oh, thank God. I thought it was just me. Like, I thought I was just bad, kind of thing. It's helpful to have someone explain it like that. And I think that's just something that we don't talk about enough. And like I said, it's weird because people get mad at me when I say these things. They're like, whatever, James, you're just old. You can't play the new fighting games anymore. And like, no, no. I mean, I had one person argue with me, fighting game players today are just better. Fighting games are not different. And I was like, fighting games are 100% different. And he was a Samurai Showdown fan. And he was like, they're not different. And I was like, Samurai Showdown, Evo Top 8, all old school players. Where are all the new players who are so much better right now? You had Henry Sen and Alex Valle and like Justin Wong like making top 8 at the first Samurai Showdown at Evo. Like, where is all your super better players now? It's just that the Samurai Showdown was built for old school players because it played like an old school fighting game. And people are wondering what the difference is. It's the difference is between understanding that old school fighting games are just about, like, the way that I was describing it to my friends in chat recently, and pardon the French, but this is the best way to do it, is that in old fighting games, fuck it, DP is a legit strategy. Like, fuck it, I'm DPing right now. So I started calling it like the fuck it DP mentality. That worked in old fighting games. Like you'll just be in the middle of whatever and you're like, fuck it, DP. And you do it and you had an invincible DP, and you know, if you missed it, you didn't lose half your life, get put into the corner, and now have to deal with a mix-up. You know, it's you just did it, right? You just, and whatever. But in modern fighting games now, it's all about studying the situation. If Manon command grabs you and dashes forward, what's the situation? Do you know the frame data of that situation? If you can't answer that question in the chat right now, you should go find out and learn what the situation is. If I'm not mistaken, she's +1, right? And if she's +1, that means a throw will not beat your wake up 4-frame button. So if you ever see Manon dash after she, if she actually dashes after a command throw, I think she can beat you with her 4-frame, but she can't actually command grab you. So if you do get command looped, throw looped by her command grab, that's kind of a mistake, right? Is it -1 or is it +1? I thought it was +1. There was a situation where she gets a knockdown, and if she dashes, she's +1. Because I remember talking about this. Regardless, like you have, so again, this is a gap in my knowledge here. I should know. I should absolutely know this. I just don't fight a lot of Manons online, so I just haven't bothered studying it that super hard. And you're like, James, you're a commentator. I also don't see a lot of Manons in tournaments, okay? I really don't. So like, you prioritize where you can in these situations. But yeah, you have to know these situations. If you don't, you can't play correctly, because every situation in modern fighting games, in modern Street Fighter at least, the mix-up is a known quantity. If you block this and the opponent is now -1, you have a strike throw shimmy mix-up. You just do, right? Like, that's the known quantity. In this situation, you have a high, low, or throw, or button mix. Like, every situation is a known quantity. And so when you play Street Fighter V or play Street Fighter VI, a lot of it comes down to understanding those situations. Now, once it gets to the higher level, that starts to dissipate a little bit more because everybody has the knowledge, so the mind games come back, and we can finally play fighting games like us old school players want to play, but it's just a completely different learning curve path, right? Like, you're seriously going, you're taking a complete side path, you know what I mean, than what you used to do. In old games, it was just like, fuck it, DP, and I'm sad that those kind of things are gone. I still say that dragon punches, invincible dragon punches, teach fighting games the best. Because if you get it blocked or you miss it, you don't ever think anything's cheap. You're like, he predicted it. And like, ta-da, right? Like when you get knocked down in the corner these days, you're like, I tried to DP, it lost. I tried to throw, it lost. I pressed the button, it lost. I'm not gonna do anything. He threw me. What am I supposed to do? This is so cheap. I can't do anything, right? But in old games, it was like, fuck it, DP. And if it got blocked or it missed and the guy beat you, you're like, shit, he knew. And like instantly you're learning fighting games. Like you don't go, blocking is cheap, walking backwards, doing nothing is cheap. Like it's oh my God, like I hate losing invincible DPs in fighting games. It was just such a natural teacher by itself. But again, a lot of these fighting games, because they're so knowledge based, that you need a lot of coaching now. You need a lot of people who help you, especially for a lot of the people who have old school mentality. They haven't been able to approach the new games the same way. Now, a lot of people who have that mindset of like, some people out there can't do fuck it DP. Like they just can't. They can't get in their brain like, I just try this. So a game with that kind of frame data is wonderful for them. They can finally learn fighting games because every situation, you know the mix-up, you know what's supposed to happen, and you get the idea of stealing turns and all this stuff. So it actually makes it easier for those people to learn this game, and they've never been able to learn fighting games before because all the old school games were fucking DP games. And so now we've opened this audience to a whole brand new audience, which is awesome. right? It's great. I love that. So again, neither version is wrong. I will obviously talk more passionately about fuck it DP because that's how I grew up. That's what I played and that's what I enjoyed. So a lot of the modern games are really harder for me. But the problem is when an old person like me who's still playing, you know, says stuff like that, people are like, you're just old, James. You're making excuses for yourself. And it's like, stop, please. Even Daigo said that, right? Like, I remember when someone posted up the clip of Daigo saying that, everyone's like, Daigo's a genius. And I'm like, anyways, long enough rant there. Okay. But yeah, I mean, honestly, Fish Tacos, if you want to talk about it at some point in time, I will more than happily be able to talk to you and try to help you through it because it is different. It's a very different. Street Fighter is a very different genre right now. And again, it's not saying that every fighting game is like that, but a lot of fighting games have kind of moved into that. Like, shimmy exists like in so many fighting games now, right? So like City of the Wolves, shimmy is a thing. Like, you're going to have to get used to the strike throw shimmy mix up in City of the Wolves as well. Even in Strive, it became a thing because they added whiff throws, right? In the original Mark of the Wolves and all Guilty Gears before Strive, there was no whiff throws, right? That's one of the reasons why they gave everybody a really laggy forward H is because if you missed a throw, you would end up with a really laggy move, but that's why everybody would then learn to option select it with lighter buttons, so etc. All this stuff. But like, as soon as you started adding all this ability for people to make them whiff throws and be punishable, now a lot of games are very, very shimmy oriented. So, you know, a lot of games have moved down to that path. But again, the point is that it's a different game. And, you know, it's one of those situations that if nobody tells you this, you're going to beat yourself up because you're like, I used to be good at fighting games and now I suck. What's the deal? And when someone explains it to you, it definitely makes you feel a little better. So, yeah. So shimmy is a bit different in City of the Wolves because of how the game works, for sure. Like it's all of it is going to be slightly different, right? All of it is going to be slightly different than each other, but it's still there. I know because I got shimmied a bunch of times and it was not fun. So why doesn't the game tell you this? Because this is all based off of historical content, right? What is the game supposed to tell you? Hi, new player to Street Fighter 6. You may not understand this, but Street Fighter 2 through 3 and 4 all play different than Street Fighter 5 and 6. Like, what is the point of the game telling you that? Like, it's tough, right? It's a tough thing to understand. So, like, there's really no good way for the game to teach you that. And not only that, but the game can't be like, hi, I'm Street Fighter 6. I'm a mind game. Study all the situations. Because then everybody would turn the game off and walk away, right? Oh, yeah, the second beta is coming out tomorrow. So, yeah, again, like Brian has said, a lot of it requires a lot of coaching and stuff, so...
Maybe the resources haven't reached them that can help them guide them. If someone was able to work hands-on with them, directly with them, I firmly believe that nearly anyone on the planet can be coached to master rank. Obviously, there's exceptions. I do think your own predisposition in life will color all of your outcomes, of course. Your genetics, your ability to learn, your time especially. I think time is the number one component. And your motivation, right? Like, do you really want to put the work in to do it, right? But I think for the vast majority of people...
Yeah, so again, that's a difference thing. Because I remember talking to one person who's an artist, and they were just like, oh man, I can't get good at these fighting games. I can't get good at these fighting games. But every time I saw them post new artwork, their artwork got better and better and better and better and better. And I was like, dude, bro, like... It's just because fighting games aren't as important to you. Something else is more important. And that's okay. That is okay. You have to understand that you're going to get out of it what you put into it. And that's true for everything, not just fighting games. That's just the world, right? So if something is more important to you, like, you just have to kind of understand that your growth in these genres will be limited, right? And the thing is, a lot of you guys who are watching this stream are watching because obviously you like fighting games. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here because who the fuck am I, right? Like, but you know, so a lot of you guys definitely want to get into it, but you also have to understand that if you're not putting a lot of time into it,
you're not going to grow as fast as you'd want to, right? And especially because there's no AI art to cheat your way through anything right now these days. Anyways, yeah, you're just going to get how much you put into it. It's just really what it comes down to, honestly. So
I think the default assumption we can assume is that you can do it. You can do it. And I do believe there are major exceptions, of course. Like, for example, there are players who have been playing Street Fighter for 30 years, and they are stuck in Platinum rank. They are stuck. And I think they're going to...
So an interesting conversation that I've had with many people is, do you think anybody can be a top player in fighting games, or do you think some people are just innately... have that ability to just play fighting games? Is it a talent? Is there a talent component that will prevent those without the fighting game talent to achieve that highest levels? And I personally think no. I think anybody can achieve that level, because a lot of the people who are at that level didn't have the talent before, right? And I just truly believe that. I really truly believe that. And like Brian have said, it's learning to learn. There's a lot of different things in there that would apply to a lot of things that will make you better to get good at everything. But like, dude, I've seen people who fold pizza boxes faster than other people. There's cup stacking. Like, for some reason, like people have gotten ridiculously good at sign spinning because they're there every day and they're spinning the sign. Like, are you gonna tell me that these guys have a natural talent for sign spinning? Or is it because they're standing there for 6 hours a day and they're bored, and so they just start spinning the sign and doing stuff to keep themselves interested, and then they end up getting really good at it? Like, the one example that I always give is I had hard contact lenses a long time ago. Getting the hard contact lens out of my contacts case, I was the master of turning them from cupped on my finger to upside down on my finger, like facing up with the gap, like in half a second. Like, my brother got contacts at one point in time, and he had never seen me do this, and then he was just standing next to me, and I put my finger in, I pulled it out, and I just went, whoop, and it was facing the other way. He was like, what the hell? How did you do that? And I was like, do what? And I had been doing it for so many years, I didn't realize how good I got at doing that. Again, repetition, time, and, that's what gets you good at things. You can get good at whatever you do a million times, right? And that's really just what it comes down to. For example, I wanted to learn tennis. Every time I played tennis, I sucked. Well, guess what? That's because I played tennis like once or twice a year. How am I going to get better at tennis that way, right? So again, if fighting games is not your thing, understand that. But yes, everybody can be really, really good at fighting games. Honestly.
We're going to have a much harder time potentially than a new player. I think people who have ingrained in them these patterns in Street Fighter 2, they never quite learned the game on a deeper level. They played more casually at the arcade back in the Street Fighter 2 days, or mashing on, Super Nintendo with their siblings and friends. And they were satisfied with that. And as the years went on, and as the different iterations of Street Fighter came out, they never really moved beyond that. And as the competitive scene grew and grew, and now the advent of the internet and people sharing technology and understanding these game engines on a much deeper level, and as communication kept progressing, people were learning faster and faster. They often tended to not grow with the times. For a player like that, I think they're going to have a much harder time improving.
Yeah, I mean, kind of with what he said, too, is that a lot of the players who have played for 30 years, and again, see, Brian didn't even address this. And again, I think that this is one of the things super missing from the discourse about fighting games, is that Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI are just different games. That's why we see so many people from those old days having so much trouble learning these fighting games. They're not washed up. They're not bad players. In fact, if Tomo was trying to learn, for example, Tomo Ohira, of course, the first god of Street Fighter in the North America so long ago, the first god at Street Fighter 2, wanted to learn Street Fighter 5 or 6 today, he'd probably struggle because of how different it is. But if it wasn't different, if it was still more of a heart game than a mind game with the the mind, heart, and body triangle, like if it was still like old Street Fighter, like Tomo would still be able to beat Like, he would still be one of the top players right now. Honestly, it has nothing to do. Like, this is not like, oh, we now have better hockey sticks and we have better, like, tennis rackets, and now we have better exercise training regimens and we understand, you know, physical science a lot better. Like, dude, we're just mashing on buttons and joysticks here, right? And yeah, sure, for sure, the controllers have gotten better, but maybe not even better because some people actually can't use hitboxes and whatever like that. It's such a different thing. Like, it's not even comparable. Like, the players who were good at those games a long time ago would still be good today. And so, you know, but a lot of the players can't play the modern games because it's just a completely different game. It is a different game now. Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI don't play anything like Street Fighter 2 or even Street Fighter 3. Street Fighter 3 is closer because it has similar footsies, but Street Fighter 3 doesn't really have the fuck it DP factor, but it has the fuck it parry factor, right? Like, anytime you lose to something, you're like, I parried that, right? Like, you always had something, you know? And so you could always defy whatever's happening in the game. It doesn't matter if I'm -1 or -5 or +3. I can parry every single time. So you're just like, fuck it, parry. It's just very, very different. It's very different. So, but, you know, one of the things, the reason why old players being bad at modern fighting games is kind of a trope now, and people don't acknowledge this. This is because the fighting games are different now. They're just different. And we have to acknowledge that. Because like I said, Samurai Showdown, EVO, was all the old school players who got top 8 at EVO. And it had the same crazy people out there who are super sciencey guys. But that game didn't work that way, right? That game didn't reward, like, this is plus, this is this decision, I need to work better on my RPS or my rock, papers. No, it was just, you know what? I feel like hitting H right now. I just feel like doing the AB swing. And the other guy just happened to let go of the button, they just get hit, right? It's the fucking DP is high in that game. And so when you have the right games, the players will still prosper in those games. And that's the truth of it. It's just the absolute truth. And, you know, saying Nuki is washed in the chat by Nyanzaburu is so important because that's exactly why Daigo brought up that conversation, because he's like, so Nuki's not very good at 5, right? Like, he's not very good at 5. Is he a bad fighting game player? He's like, no, it's just that this game is different. You have to study, and Nuki's lazy and doesn't want to study. So he's not going to get good at this game. Whereas a lot of the other games, you don't have to study. It was just, you know what? This feels right to do right now, right here. And so Nuki would destroy everybody in those games because he was so good at the speed of decisions and just the, you know what? I feel like this guy's just going to not block here. And you hit him. It's just, they're very different fighting games. And, you know, the way it's described, both of them can sound bad and both of them can sound good. Again, neither's right or wrong. It's just they're different games, and we just have to understand that.
Because not only do you have to learn new skills, you have to unlearn your intuitive ways of understanding the game.
Yeah, so okay, so he does address it a little bit, just not to the extent that I address it. So it's not even just unlearning, it's literally changing the way you see the game completely. Because it does. I mean, when I played Street Fighter V, I couldn't learn it because I was trying to use Cammy like old school style. And it was only when I switched to Lucia that I was able to understand it, because I didn't have that classic, I didn't have, you know, my thoughts about what Cammy is supposed to do, so I can't use her right. And Lucia forced me to learn Street Fighter V and really get me to learn how the whole turns thing works and all this stuff, and understanding that I have to study this situation and that situation, and it helped a lot. So if you are a player, so like when Fish Taco said, like, I can't zone with Ryu anymore, one of the best advices is just play somebody that you've never played before. Play one of the new characters that hasn't been in a Street Fighter before, because that could help you get over a lot of the old stuff and get you to understand the new stuff. If you try to play, like when Street Fighter V Sagat came out, I just tried to Tiger shot with him all day because his Tiger had fast recovery, and I was like, sick, I can play like Sagat again. Then I fought a G, and when I threw fireballs, he just absorbed it with his V-skill all day, and I was just giving him power, and then I didn't know what to do anymore. Because I was just trying to play like old school. It's tough, but learning how to play. Yeah, you love Ryu. I love Cammy. I love Cammy as well. Well, to be fair, I thought Street Fighter V Cammy was boring as hell, and I really wanted to learn like a lot of modern Zangief, not modern control Zangief, but I like when I tried to learn Zangief in 5 and 6, it's been very difficult to play him because it's so different than what I want to do with Zangief, and it is tough. Sometimes you have to bite that bullet and really go with something else, which is kind of one of the reasons why I did go with Kimberly, because she was more like Lucia, and Lucia was from Street Fighter V, and the games play a lot more similarly in that situation. So this reminds me of how many old school Ryu players could not max him out, but Blas was able to do so because he had no preconceived notions about how to fight as Ryu in Street Fighter VI due to being very young. I talk about this all the time on commentary. I'm like, he doesn't have any hangups with the old games. He's not coming into this going, boy, I really wish this game could, he's coming in there and he's like, this works. It works great. When somebody actually put up a clip on Twitter was like, these guys are insane. And he posted a clip of a jury player who did drive rush. And he's like, dude, bro, like, why are you a spaz? Learn to play the game. Why is he a spaz? It works. It's the right strategy and it's powerful. Is he really learning wrong, or is he playing wrong, or do you have a misconceived perception of what you want Street Fighter to be played like? Right? If Street Fighter 2, the very first game, had drive rush and we drive rushed all the time, and we got into future games that didn't have drive rush, we'd be like, this is stupid. Like, drive rush is the true essence of Street Fighter. Like, dude, it's a different game and different strategies work. And a lot of people have these hangups, and it's really hard for them to get good because they have these hangups. Yeah, Ryu is much stronger with Hashogeki. And you can see that. You saw that with Blas. His Hashogeki game was insane.
It's double the work, maybe even more. I don't know exactly how to quantify it, but you're gonna have to unlearn a lot of things to make room for new ways of approaching and new pathways in your brain. And as you get older, that just becomes more difficult, right? So I actually think the older player has a much harder time in terms of growing. And
Hashogeki, palm strike, boom. The little palm thing that he does basically is the best way to describe it. The true essence of Street Fighter is getting 50-50 as soon as Vega hits you? Yeah, exactly, right? When people say Super Turbo is the epitome of true footsies and neutral, I'm like, bro, did you play Super Turbo?
Getting over these plateaus. For newer players, though, you can do it. You really can. I think it's so... I understand that these kind of comments are coming from like the position of don't set really high expectations or unrealistic expectations for people.
One of my favorite things when James Goddard, I told the story that hyper fighting, you can actually check this out on Core Gaming's, one of his most recent videos that he put out. He's interviewing me about hyper fighting, and I talk about how Capcom USA made hyper fighting, and James Goddard was in charge of that. And one of the stories that I was told is they had considered a fake fireball, and James Goddard said, no, like Ryu fights honorably. He would never do a fake fireball. And I really liked that mentality. I kind of liked that idea. So I don't want Ryu to have a fake fireball.
So that their ego doesn't get hurt and they get demoralized and quit. Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, don't make it seem like it's impossible. Brother, you can do it. It drives me nuts when people act like they can't learn and improve things.
It's funny because I agree with Brian F. so much, and yet I have the same mentality that he's criticizing. I get so down on myself about all this stuff. I was like, I'm the worst. I can't do anything. It's tough, man. So like, as much as I know it, I still do it too. So again, it's not that, I know it's not easy to have the right mentality, but it is something that you have to keep in mind. And oftentimes when people give me advice and I start doing the stupid thing, well, they could just do that. That doesn't work because I tried that and it didn't work. Like, I need to be mad at that moment, but like everything they suggest, I go and try. Like, but I'll be loud about it, but I'll go and try because they're right, but I just need to be mad in that moment. And that is also something important to recognize that, you know, on the teacher side and on your side is that sometimes you just need to be mad and it's cool, but understand that, you know, don't let that hold you back, like what Brian F. is saying.
I see this all over the place in terms of people approaching fighting games. You can do it. You can learn skills. It's not
Cue Rob Schneider clip here. Editor, if you would be so kind.
not an impossible task. This genre is not particularly impossible to learn, to be competent in. It is not. I think it's just a little bit more psychologically difficult because of the 1v1 aspect.
And this is where I agree with him. This is why I think fighting games are harder to learn than a lot of other competitive games, because it's the 1v1. I also still have that weird thing where I say the other problem is that fighting games do not reward any natural tendency at all whatsoever. So that's another problem. But essentially, yes, it's going to be harder because 1v1 is easier to beat yourself up on, and like I said, fighting games should be a social genre.
And how immediate the feedback and the negative feedback is, I think it's a little more difficult psychologically. But it is, I'm telling you, it drives me nuts when I see this defeatist mentality.
I love how passionate he's getting about this too. I really do, because he's talking like a person who's gone through it, right? Like obviously right now we're like, Brian F. is so good, but I mean, he's gone through it too. He had to try to get good as well. And so he's speaking from his heart here. He's speaking from a place that he's been. He understands how difficult it is. And I like the passion that he has about this.
And people try to spread it like it's a positive thing for protecting incoming players. There's a balance for sure, but
what's that? What's he talking about?
When I see this defeatist mentality, and people try to spread it, and the negative feedback is, I think it's a little more difficult psychologically. But it is, I'm telling you, it drives me nuts when I see this defeatist mentality, and people try to spread it like it's a positive thing for protecting incoming players. There's a balance for sure, but man.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. I mean, it might be like for me that I try to tell people that fighting games are hard to get into and I don't want to sugarcoat it. And that might be what he's referring to here, that, you know, a lot of people try to like, oh yeah, we have to let them know that they're in for a world of hurt and stuff like that. I mean, that might be what we're referring to, and might be one of the areas that I do disagree with him. Because I do think it's better to let people know that it's hard from the get-go. But again, the worst part about it is one thing does not apply to everybody. You guys have seen it here on twitch.tv/jchenzor, where I'm streaming It Was Tuesday now. Whenever new people come into my chat and they're like, I'm trying to learn fighting games, the first thing I ask you is, what are your favorite games? Because everybody learns differently and everybody enjoys different things. So I want to know what your favorite video games are so I can teach you from that perspective, because everybody has a different way to learn and different things that they find fun. And if you apply only one way strategy for everybody to learn, it's bad. So what Brian's saying here, like if this is the topic that he's talking about, that he feels like people shouldn't present it that way, you know, the correct answer really is just start teaching them without telling them that it's easy or hard. And if they start having fun, you'd be like, see, this is totally learnable. If they're having a really tough time, just be like, this shit's hard, man. Like, a lot of people have gone through what you're going through right now. you have to teach based on the different people. And again, it's one of the tough things, like someone asked in the chat, why can't a fighting game teach you this? It's because there's no one right way to teach anybody. And why, like Brian said, we need coaching, et cetera, and why I keep saying it's a social genre, because like different people are going to resonate with you in very, very different ways. And that's one of the skills of the Sage Am Slam. We could ask Brian, like, did he teach his team all the same way? Or did he did he even subconsciously treat people differently? I had a manager one time that every time I did something and did it well, he'd be like, that's really nice job, but you should have implemented this, or you could have added more. And I was like, stop. If you want to manage me, I know this is a tactic to like make people do better. And I was like, that doesn't work on me. I was like, just compliment me and leave it, and I will automatically try to do better, because that's how my brain always works. But if you were like, you could have did this, I get depressed, because I'm like, shit, like he didn't like what I did. I was like, don't do that. And he was like, okay, you got it. And from that point on, he was like, great job, James, well done. Blah, blah. And I knew he was just, complimenting me because I told him to kind of manage me that way, but I did great work for him. So, so it worked that way, honestly. So
I don't think it's helpful to say to somebody it's going to take you 3 years to get the mastering, because it's just not true.
It's really not. Now, some of you will take that way, but like I said, it's because you didn't have the right coaching and you didn't dedicate enough time to it, because it just wasn't that important in your life. And that's okay. That's absolutely okay.
So many players from Sage Am Slam, beyond just SK, have gotten to master rank as brand new fighting game players in a couple of months. I've seen so many brand new fighting game players improve really fast. And that's because, for one, they're probably maybe DGen gamers and have a lot more free time and responsibility, so that will scale the rate of your achievement for sure. But beyond that, they learn how to learn. They've been embedded in competitive gaming for such a long time that they understand like the process of internalizing, breaking down problems into smaller and smaller ones that are digestible, finding individual solutions and then piecing it together to build up their overall skill set. They understand.
And yeah, Zarlam in the chat says, I have a hard time taking criticism, but I've been working on that. Again, like, that's just going to depend on that's going to be a job of your teacher. That's the best teacher, because they will understand that criticism doesn't work. And so what happens is, there's the joke about the compliment sandwich, right? Like, you put the criticism between two compliments, but that's not even like you can actually be like, oh, okay, see what you did right there? That was really good, because if you did something different, this person could have taken advantage of that and beat you up. And you can literally say what they're doing, but it's not a critique, because you complimented them the one time they didn't do that. And you can still get your point across about, critiquing them without making it a critique at all. There are lots of ways to do this. And that's the mark of a good teacher. That's why, even though I'm not a top player, I'm really fucking good at teaching people how to get from beginner to like a higher level, because I will understand how to teach people. When I was teaching Faye how to play Aki in Street Fighter 6, I told her early on, even before the stream, I was like, if I do anything that you don't like or whatever, blah, blah, just let me know. And there's a couple times where I was trying to teach her and she was like, okay, I don't like this stuff, blah, 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 when people do stuff like this. I was like, fair. And I just stopped doing it. You try different things and you adjust. Not being able to criticize someone doesn't mean there's no way to teach them. That's just the trick about it. And people are like, oh, people are soft. You need to coddle, whatever. No. Everybody just thinks differently and they learn differently. Sorry, we can't all be cold and emotionless like you, like I can turn it around on you, right? Like, oh, I'm soft. You're just cold and emotionless, man. Don't you have a heart? My God, it goes in every direction, right? You have to understand that everybody's different. And that's what's going to make the world turn, okay? That's going to make society a lot better.
Understand that. And that's a unique, or rather the opposite, that's a generic process, right? And I think a really good video that helped communicate this this very succinctly. Well, actually, the opposite. It's a very long video. But it really encapsulates the video that helped communicate.
I mean, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but like, this is just how I am. But dude, like, this is just a great example of why Brian F is so watchable and so fun to listen to, and why people attach to him, because it's just such an adorable moment here.
This very succinctly. Well, actually, the opposite. It's a very long video.
It's just adorable. And again, like I said, I have trouble not thinking this way because of the empath nature of my brain. So
it really encapsulated this phenomena really well. It's by Sane Retry. It's this video, The Skill Issue, or How I Learned I Could Learn. So can you. Also, capitalism is a disease. Hour and a half video essay, but listen to this opening segment here.
When I was a kid, one of the absolute worst things my family taught me was this false statement. You cannot learn to be good at things.
It is a false statement. I think so many people have been have been taught this. This opening monologue, he goes on, describes how his grandmother, while she was mostly a positive figure in his life.
That's interesting. So, NEB, you actually watched that whole thing. That's actually cool. I haven't sat down to watch it. Again, my ADHD won't let me sit down and watch an hour and a half video like that, but maybe one of these days I'll get to it. But you said it's a wild ride, huh? Interesting. Okay.
Would always instantly squash any effort he made in terms of producing art, in terms of developing a talent in some ways, because if he didn't show instant progress at it, instant results, instant skill, instant potential, it was squandered and met with negativity, saying this is bad.
So what he said before that,
this opening monologue,
I kind of skipped this,
describes how his grandmother, while she was mostly a positive figure in his life, would always instantly squash any effort he made in terms of producing art, in terms of developing a
okay, I think he explains it a little bit later.
Being able to put food, in terms of making money.
So
any time spent focusing on skills that didn't receive immediate return on investment in terms of making money was detrimental literally to her survival in terms of being able to put food on the plate and be able to survive. Really great video. I think anyone should really watch this, especially the first like 20 minutes or so.
Well, NEB, he just said it. Yeah. So NEB in the chat says the first 30 minutes is definitely relevant to learning how to learn. And Brian F is just like, the first 20 minutes.
That tale, it's heartbreaking in ways, but I think
there's a reason why there are so many musicians in the FGC. Forrest, I agree with you 100%. So, watching that video made me thankful my family were all musicians and taught us piano. I didn't even learn, but I knew that was a thing, learning a skill. Video blew my mind. Those people, so Forrest continues with, those people know they can become good at something by trying and learning. Not only that, but they get very good at understanding rote practicing, just like repetition, like doing it over and over and over and over and over again. And a lot of people are like, that sucks. Like I can't do that. Like I get bored. But like musicians, they understand where that skill comes from, and they know how to take advantage of it and muscle memory to be able to do that. So again, when I played the piano, I couldn't read sheet music very fast. So I had to memorize everything. So I memorized everything, and that's how I could play it. But like I learned piano through muscle memory. So again, everything I do is emotion based. Like I cannot explain to anybody. The way that I learn anything is based off of feel. So when I learned a piano song, it wasn't about knowing where the notes go. It's what felt right to my hands to move to the next part of the song. Like it wasn't like if you told me to write down the notes of a song that I can play through memory, I can't, because I don't know what notes I'm hitting. I literally have no idea what notes I'm hitting the majority of the time, because to me, it's just muscle memory, which is why I can play songs I've never played in like 10 years, sometimes just by walking up to the piano and just, this is what I remember, and I can play it, because it's just that's how I learn things. Is everything I learn is based on how I feel. And trust me, when anybody activates a DI, I don't feel anything. This is why I can't react to them, because the startup is so subtle that it doesn't make me feel anything. It doesn't make me feel anything. And so I can't react to it because I will always react to it significantly later. But yeah, anyways.
It describes.
Yeah, music just makes you learn how to practice and do stuff. And so I was able to take that music and apply it to combos and execution, and why I say I'm a volume player, because even mix-ups, I cannot implement a mix-up into a game until I practice it a lot or do it a lot in fighting games or have it work. Like when it works, it like generates a feeling in my brain that makes me remember to try this mix-up. It's weird. Like I have to actively make myself remember these things, because otherwise I'll forget. Like I was fighting against somebody and I did cross-up throw, and I just did that all the time, and he teched it every time because he knew I did cross-up in the throw, and I knew I needed a shimmy, but I couldn't get my hands to do it. I couldn't, like every time I threw, I'd be like, fuck. Like even though like, before I even like the throw animation come out, I'd be like, fuck. Cause I just couldn't get my muscle memory to do something different, which was really irritating. And so like, I have to learn through volume. It's really, really weird. I mean, honestly, if someone smacked me in the head every time I didn't counter a drive impact, maybe. But the problem is, like, they'd have to, like, we would have to wire up a game. I'll talk to Krakatoa about it. Like, dude, you know what? I might have to talk to him because he's done that work for the Guilty Gear. If there's some way that I could just play an alarm and make my room start flashing red lights like the first frame that someone does a drive impact, maybe it would make me actually do something.
A lot of people who I think unfortunately have had a similar upbringing where they weren't nurtured in this way, where they realize that you can be bad at things, start bad, and continue to progress and get good. You do not need talent. You do not need to be good at something. You are bad when you first start. Everybody starts out bad. Like, I think that's also missed from a lot of people.
God, see, and every time, like, the way that I feel about things is just really interesting. The way that he laughs here.
Out bad. Like, I think that...
I don't know who it was, but as soon as he did that, it reminded me of somebody else, and I can't remember it because it gave me the same feeling as when I've seen someone else laugh that way.
It's also missed from a lot of people, this mentality that you have to have instant results. You are going to get beat, and that's part of the process. In fact, that's your feedback mechanism. You keep losing, and that helps you get feedback on things you got to improve on. And how do you filter that and break down that complex, abstract problem? You lose. It's a very abstract thing. There's many things that contributed to that loss. How can you start picking away at that to break that down to digestible pieces and solve those problems one by one to, you know, complete the whole and eventually make progress and improve the skill?
No, the guy did not remind me of Sajam or Giuna or any of those. Come on. Enough with that.
Great video. Highly recommend it, because I think the root of a lot of people's issues with fighting games, it's all up here. Mm-hmm. It's all in your mind.
Editor Q, kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm sure you'll find that the things I'll teach you are sure to beat you. Nevertheless, you'll get a lesson from teacher now, kick.
I firmly believe that. There are limits to everything we can do in our life, of course. I'm not saying you can become a rocket scientist overnight. I do think we have our limits, but I gotta say, I think for example, Master Rank, I know I always get flack for this, I don't think Master Rank is a super unattainable goal. This is from September 2024. I don't know if there's any more updated visuals.
This is definitely from Aliette Faye, by the way. Oh, yeah, I can even see the AYE at the top corner. Shout-outs to Aliette Faye. Awesome content on Twitter, doing a lot of this kind of data for Street Fighter 6 and for Tekken.
Statistics from this. You can see here, 11.89% of the ranked population is...
Chris G has a good take on fighting games. Just don't respect anyone and think they all suck. That that is actually a really good way for, again, certain people to learn, for sure. But I mean, if you're that kind of mentality where it's easy for you to, so again, APOC, old school fighting game player, long time ago, one of the best players in the early days. I think it was. So there was B3 at B4 and B5. I beat him once in Alpha 2, and then I think in Alpha 3 I beat him. And he actually said to me one time, a few years later, he was like, "You know why I can't beat you, James?" And I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Because I respect you too much." He was like, "I don't hate you enough." He's like, "I don't hate you enough." And I totally get that. But like, I mean, that hurt him fighting against me. And so, like, yeah, like some people like Chris G, the way that he's going to learn to beat people is by making himself hate people.
In Master Rank already. And generally what happens is people reach the next tier and they stop playing because like, oh, their ego is satiated. Oh, I got to whatever X, Y, or Z rank. I'm happy. So often they kind of fall off at that point. But you can see
also you can't drop below that at a lot of ranks. That helps. See, Diamond, I think, is one of the first times you can drop back into Platinum, and that's why you see Diamond at level 1 at 1 star is not at high as a lot of the other guys. A lot of the other ones, when you get to the new level, suddenly everyone's stronger, and if you lose, you don't fall to the previous tier. So that's why you do see statistically the first tier always has the most players. Diamond is a little bit more like a kind of a straight line because you can actually be ejected back into Platinum, and so that's another major factor of why everybody is in that first tier.
yeah, as you get
The biggest drop you can make is Diamond 5 through Gold 1. Wait, you can't go from Diamond 5 to Gold 1, if I'm not mistaken. I thought you couldn't go from Platinum down to Gold. I'm not sure. Maybe you can. Maybe I don't know because I'm so good. It's never happened to me. No, I'm just kidding.
closer to the next tier, you push through to make it into the end. You can see as an individual rank.
Okay, so you can get all the way down to Gold 1. Okay, then my mistake on that one. I really thought you couldn't.
Master is actually the highest. If you exclude the sums of the individual sub tiers, Platinum 1 through 5, for example, most players per individual rank are in Master Rank. The rank system in Street Fighter 6 incentivizes this continuous growth that has inflation built into the point system. You gain more points than you lose until you hit Master Rank. And then people have issues. There's a whole other can of worms that I eventually do want to get into about getting into Master Rank, because you start out at 1500 to keep the average of points always evenly distributed. But really, you're gonna fall. Like if you barely get into Master Rank.
What are you talking about, Keikukaze? It's crazy how someone could be that bad to go from Diamond 5 all the way to Gold 1. I mean, don't say that, dude. Like it happens sometimes, man. It just happens. People get into slumps and then they get into their own head and then that shit just goes down. I will always use Nick Anderson, the Orlando Magic player who missed 4 free throws, who could have sealed the game and won them the championship, and he failed 4 free throws in a row, and then he went from a 70-some% free throw shooter to a 40% free throw shooter. He just got into his head, and that was the end of it. It happens, man. It just happens.
Frank, you're probably around a 1200 MR player, so people have a really brutal reality check. And
what do you mean by what is 900 MMR, the guy? What do you mean? No, 900 MMR is just in Master. When you get to Master, you're just in MMR at that point. Before you get into Master, there's no such thing as MMR, really.
When they get into Master Rank, because they go on a losing streak to stabilize where they actually belong in terms of relative skill level. And that's pretty harsh. That's harsh for players to get over. Not sure if there's a better system for that, considering it's like an ELO system. Maybe just
oh, okay, you were being snarky. All right, fair.
And like
Sorry.
Expectations going into it could help.
Put the Kappa faces in, man. Put the Kappa.
Different topic. Anyways, I think you guys can do it. I think it's not healthy to assume like these goals are so unobtainable. Getting Master Rank is not winning Evo, for example. Of course, you might not make it to master rank, considering you might not put in the time, the effort, and there might not be enough resources. I think the number one problem is an education problem, a resource problem. Filtering down the process of learning what you need to learn as you progress through the ranks. It's an education problem. It's not a you problem, and you can do it. Believe in yourself, please. I just, it pains me to see this idea passed around. It is difficult. It is challenging. It's not going to be overnight. That's fine. But if you keep working at it and you have the right help along the way, I believe you can achieve your goals. I truly do. That's all I have. I'm ranting. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, no, again, I agree with this wholeheartedly. And like I said, I really believe that anybody could become really good at fighting games, could become a top player. It's just that you have to be willing to dedicate yourself to that, and you have to make sacrifices to that. And that is a key point right there, is that if you want to get really good at fighting games, you need to make the proper sacrifices. You have to understand that you're not going to be able to spend as much time with your kids, or you're not going to be able to dedicate as much time to painting or your music or whatever. You know, you can't take overtime, hours to try to earn more money and stuff like that. And Jasmine is fascinated by this fan. Holy crap. You just have to realize that that is a situation. Oh. Okay, she stopped. Anyways, it's all gonna take 4 easy payments of $19.95. Yeah, and that applies to getting good at anything in life. Exactly. Like, this is just how it works. This is how it works. So again, one of the toughest things, like I beat myself up because I suck at fighting games right now, but I also don't play fighting games as often as I used to, as I should. If I played a lot again, I'd be fine. Like, I did it with Lucia, right? Like, everyone's like, oh my God, James is so bad at Street Fighter V. I took Lucia. I got really high ranked with her, and I was beating people that were in higher ranks than me. And I fought someone one time, and they were like, holy crap, I didn't know you were actually this good. Like, I thought you were like just commentary. And I was like, dude, I'm good at fighting games, but that was the period of time that I put in the most work to playing Street Fighter V. And I just haven't, when Street Fighter 6 first came out, I put in a ton of time into Kimberly, but then just, life and just my brain and depression and all that kind of stuff has just been really messing me up and stuff, but I don't want to get into all of that. So I've fallen considerably behind, and so I'm really bad, and I beat myself up about that. But I also have to be realistic to myself, is I just don't play enough. I just don't play often. If I played often, I could probably get pretty far, but it will take a lot of work and a lot of grinding and a lot of losses for me to get back to that point again where I feel like I'm at the level that I know that I can achieve, that I have achieved in the past. In fact, someone just recently, I think it was in the Chenzor Dynasty, wasn't it? Someone posted up pictures of, the results from a UCLA Alpha 3 tournament where I had first place. Second place was Jason Cole. Third place was Ed Ma. And I was just like, see, I used to be good. Like, I can fight people. Oh no, Wake Up Sona, I have every intention to. Once I get all of this brand stuff working, merging all the channels and stuff, I definitely want to get back into it, 100%. But again, you have to be realistic about, I'm looking at the wrong camera now. You have to be realistic about what you can achieve, right? And this is where I've often said one of the biggest problems, that video games in general trick you into thinking you're good at video games, when in fact, most people are very bad at video games. But the thing is, you get stronger, you get more abilities, you get cooler weapons, you get more armor, whatever, and you run into the old enemies that used to give you trouble, and now you just murder them. And a lot of video games, like I've said, I've always described the God of War thing, where every time you reloaded from a save file, you got another pixel of health. So if you saved your game with almost no health, and then you run into a boss and you can't beat him, you might not notice, but like your health actually grows by a pixel like every time you reload. So eventually, hopefully, you'll have enough life to be able to win. Video games are good at teaching you that you're good at video games when you're not, right? And so this is one reason why people love Dark Souls games so much, because you can't get good at those games unless you actually get good at those games, right? And fighting games are like the epitome of this, right? You're not going to get good at fighting games by quantity, right? You have to learn, you have to understand, you have to teach yourself things. And again, why I say that learning how to learn is super important for fighting games. And so this is a key factor, and this is something that you have to do. But the problem is, because everyone thinks they're good at video games, they think that they should be doing better with less effort than they actually are, because it's a video game. But it's not just a video game. It's the same as anything else. Everything requires a ridiculous amount of talent. You can think that you're really good at Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and then you hear about the guy who just beat Mike Tyson in under 20 minutes blindfolded, which requires like 17 like frame perfect, like 1 out of 60 seconds like timing and stuff like that. And he did it. Super Mario Brothers, finally somebody actually achieved the same time as the best Taz out there, the best tool-assisted run out there, tool-assisted speed run. It's not the same amount of frames, and that might be almost impossible for humans, but he actually achieved the literal same amount of time. And so like you can think you're good at everything, but there's always somebody out there who is just gonna be that much better than you. And they put in the, I mean, like that guy who did the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out thing, if I recall, it was that one where he was just like, I don't even know how to react. I've been doing this for 4 years. I've been playing this game for 4 years, trying this run for 4 years. Dude, he's been doing it for 4 years. Right? And like, that's the thing. Like, he wasn't just naturally gifted. He did it for 4 years, man. Like, dude, like, it takes work for everybody. So that's just really important to understand. And just being realistic on what you can achieve in a fighting game is very important. So it's very easy to beat yourself up about it, especially when no one's there to tell you what you're doing right or what you might be actually doing wrong, or even just having somebody cheer for you, man. Like, it's so important to have somebody cheering for you or for rooting for you. And again, that's why a lot of people who stream, like, can actually achieve a lot of these things, because their fans are like, let's go, and they get all really, this is the run, you know, kind of thing. It's really important. So again, fighting games are a social genre, man. Like you can play God of War, you can play all these games by yourself and enjoy it. And it's why a lot of these games have to lean so hard into story, because they have to give you this feeling of reward in a different way. And it's by advancing plot. It's by getting you engrossed in the characters, etc., etc. So that's what you end up with, right? So that's why a lot of these one-player games have to focus on story so much nowadays. And so, you know, if you're playing fighting games, you know, you can't expect the same kind of feedback loop. You just can't. You're not going to get better unless you really take into account what you're doing wrong. And that's one of the most important. You have to accept that you're doing something wrong. And I finally just remembered, wait. You have to accept that you're doing something wrong. God, why? Next time I'm just going to blurt it out, dude. Like, shit. You have to accept that you're doing something so the thing is, the reason why you know you have to put the blame on yourself is because somebody else can do it with your same character, and they don't have extra armor, they don't have more power-ups, nothing. It's the exact same character that you're using. And so a very important mindset is that someone else can make it work with your character. So you have to understand that the lack of success is your fault. You have to be able to understand that you have to improve to be better about something, that it is going to take use. Why I tell everybody that if you run into a situation in a fighting game and you feel like there's no answer and this thing is impossible to beat, if you were right, everybody would be using it in the tournaments, and everybody would abuse it, and it would have to be nerfed. We've seen it. Leroy in Tekken 7 when he first came out. 7 out of the top 8 at Evo Japan was Leroy, right? So yes, it can happen. But if something is beating you up and you don't know how to fight it, but it's not dominating the tournament scene, you have to understand that there is a solution. You have to tell yourself that there is something you can do to beat this. And that is one of the most important things, because that will get you looking for a solution, right? Because if you don't understand that, that is where what Brian F. is talking about, the doom and gloom, comes from. I can't do it. It's impossible. But you see, not everybody else is getting killed. But if you're losing to something and then you go watch a tournament and everybody else is losing to it, then you can just be like, yeah, see? And great. Then again, you're not going to feel like you suck, because clearly something is broken. But if everybody else is not losing to this thing, clearly there is a solution to it. And that just takes research. And this is where the tough part comes in, is because if you don't have a teacher, you have to find the solution yourself. A lot of people don't like training. A lot of people don't like taking that time. And understand completely. And it's not how you want to play the game. It's not how you learn. It's not how you enjoy video games. You want to just come home from work and smash some buttons and have a good time, etc., etc. But if you really are invested in getting stronger and getting better, then yes, absolutely, you are going to have to be able to research that or find somebody else. Come into my stream and be like, James, I can't stop this my OD fan. And I'll be like, yeah, nobody can. You know, or like, I can't stop this, and I'll lab it out with you. I'll lab it out for you, man. I'll show you piece by piece how I figure out a solution for it, you know? And that's the thing is, you know, whenever something is beating you in a game, in a fighting game, when someone's beating you with something and it's not killing everybody, understanding that there is a solution, there has to be a solution for it. Otherwise, it would be dominating everything. That's all anybody would. I mean, there's a lot of people out there who really care about their ranked points. And if that strategy was that good and dominated everything and was actually impossible to beat, you would see everybody using it and spamming it and just trying to farm points. Because for some reason, ranked points mean a lot to people. Right? Like, they will do they actually download cheats and install cheats just so they can get a high MR and be like, look at my MR. So if something was that broken, that's literally all you would see half the time online. But if it's not, and if you see someone who beat you with that, and they're at the same rank you're at, they're in the same points that you're at, clearly there's something about it that doesn't work as much as you think it is. And so to have that mentality, and again, I'm not saying like, you know, you're bad or whatever. No, it's just the important thing is have the mentality to know there is a solution. And if you keep that mentality, that keeps you interested, that keeps you motivated. And so when you lose to something, you'll be like, I need to figure out how to stop this. Again, I always point to Snake Eyes. He'll play online. Yeah, he's like, it's Snake Eyes. He's amazing. Yeah, he still gets hit by a lot of stuff. And on his stream, he's like, this character can do that? What? I've never seen that before. That's crazy. And then immediately he'll not accept the next match, and he goes into training mode and he figures it out. He's like, how can I beat this? And then he figures out a solution. He's like, okay. And then he runs into that guy online again and it destroys him. But again, the key is that he knows there's a solution, so he'll go look for it. And there's a lot of fun in that. There's a lot of joy in that. If you lab out a solution and the first time you use it online and actually it works, you're just like, dude, I practiced that. I love that. I'm God. You know, like, it's a great feeling, man. It's a great feeling. And yeah, now you have replay takeover in so many of these games that makes it so much easier. So yeah, that was the point. I'm glad I finally remembered it. Always know that there is a solution to this thing that's plaguing you. And if you keep that in mind, that impels you to be more researching, more discovery, and to not get quite as salty about it. Because now what you do is when you lose to something, you're not like, this is impossible, this is dumb, I can't win. This is like, holy crap, here's a gap in my knowledge. If you understand that when you get blown up by something, you have no idea how to get out of it, that is a gap in your knowledge, because in fighting games, there's always a solution. Always a solution. So if you don't know how to escape it, that's a gap in your knowledge. Go fill that gap, right? And then you don't blame yourself as much. You don't blame yourself. You're like, okay, well, okay, there are situations where it might just be a bad matchup, right? It could just be one of those 7-3 matchups. And again, if you find that out, go talk to an expert online. Like, hi, El Chicote, I'm a Lily player. I can't beat this character. Am I doing something wrong? And he's like, dude, that fight sucks. And then you're like, whew, it's not just me. But again, like, the whole point is that no matter which path you go down, you find out like it's you beating yourself up is not the right answer. It's just not the right answer. So, all right. So that's that topic right there. Probably went on way longer than I expected to here. But one of the cool things now is that I can do Tuesday shows any day of the week now on the Jay Chenzo channel. Although it would be weird because it is called It Was Tuesday. But in any case, I just like I said, this video was sent to me and I found it really fascinating and I really wanted to expand on it because I really do like teaching people fighting games and helping them learn. Brian F. is a wonderful teacher and he pointed out a lot of great things here. Just I don't know why that happened. I just accidentally clicked on my mouse when I didn't mean to. But I mean, he's clearly a really good teacher, and he's very passionate about it. He cares, and he really wants to see everybody succeed. And I think that's really cool. And I just wanted to add on to that. I just wanted to expand on a lot of these concepts here too, because again, I think I approach it from a way that a lot of other people don't. It's hard because like you have to take responsibility for your losses, but you also have to understand how the reason why you lost is not because you suck, right? That there's always going to be a reason why you lost. And whether that is a gap in knowledge or your reactions are bad or even just I don't actually care enough to get better, right? Because like it's more important to me to paint or it's more important to me to play basketball at the gym and get good at that, right? Like I'd rather practice, crossover dribbles, behind the back dribbles, like all these no-look passes, like it's just not as important. And again, all of these things are valid reasons. And you just have to make sure your expectations are set properly for how good you can get at a fighting game. And don't beat yourself up about it like I do. I give myself some very good advice, but I very seldom follow it. So yeah, that's just the way it works. So. But yeah, you can get good at fighting games. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. So I agree with Brian F. I really think anybody can get good at fighting games. So if you're having trouble, go find some people who can help you. Like I said, if you ever find me on a random stream, ask me. I'm more than happy to help. More than happy to help. Any case, hope you guys enjoyed this episode here. Oh, James Chen reacts. I'm doing react stuff right now. But keep in mind, everything is on Jay Chenzor. Soon the YouTube channel will also change to Jay Chenzor. If you haven't noticed, it's a split logo right now, indicating the transition is happening. But I hope that you guys enjoyed this. I hope you really enjoyed watching this. And the day this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
Okay, I'm not leaving yet. I'm gonna try to get through this Lord Knight one faster, because this one's definitely gonna be a little more tongue-in-cheek. But you know, I still have some points, and I always say everything are gonna be faster, but I'm always wrong. But let's try this. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor, as you see down here. So I point this out because everything is going to be moving officially to Jay Chenzor. The Ultra Chen TV channel will eventually, on YouTube, will eventually be Jay Chenzor. It is eventually going to transform into Jay Chenzor. So just keep that in mind, but it is the same channel. You're still going to be subbed to it and all that stuff. And if you're not actually subbed to it, what the hell is wrong with you? Sub to my channel now. Come on, it's such good information, right? My content is amazing. No, seriously, if you do sub to me, thank you, appreciate that. Always appreciate your guys' support. Let's actually talk about something over here. Oh, I forgot to mark the first topic, but let's talk about the second topic. So I've been finding out a little bit, little by little, that, you know, people like to watch stuff on YouTube and react to it and, you know, give their take on it. I always thought reaction videos were like reacting to like a new trailer or something like that. But apparently, you know, you can just react to what other people say and kind of give your opinion. And so I have been finding out that Lord Knight has been talking some serious smack to me recently, okay? All right? He has been slandering my name, and I need to let him know what's up, okay? Honestly, I didn't even know people came into my YouTube comments are like, I'm watching this video because Lord Knight sent me here. And I was like, oh, neat. I was like, I'm happy Lord Knight is watching my content. And I went to go his video and I was like, what the hell, man? No, it's actually really cool that he is watching it. I'm glad that he talks about it. And I'm glad that he has it. But he literally has painted me in a very incorrect light. And so we need to discuss this, okay? We need to talk about this, okay? So let's go through this video here and see how he is just spreading lies about me, okay? Let's do this, okay? So here we go. This is Lord Knight's recent video. I made a video saying that fighting games have a big problem right now and that they are too offensive and that, you know, what happened to the defense? Like, we lost all the defense. This was from my stories of the year from the Ultra Chen TV Awards, which will probably now be the Chenzor Dynasty Awards, but we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. And he ran across it and he was like, oh no, I'm worried about this. So this is the video that he put out.
This came up in my feed and I was not happy to see it. And I watched only a couple seconds of it. And I was like, I have to watch this on stream. I'm sorry, Lord James Chen. I have to come at you once again. Maybe. Emphasis on
once again? When did you come at me the first time? You're not gonna at me in the Twitch chat? You're not gonna at me on Twitter, huh? Is that really how this works? You're just gonna slander my name and not even let me know? Is this really what's happening here, Lord Knight? Huh? Is this really happening here? Do I need to come and lay the smack down on you here? Again, really? Really?
maybe. Fighting games have a big problem. Okay, what could the problem possibly be?
This has been purveying, like, and again, this is a clickbait title. Don't critique the title. Come on, you're a content creator. You understand this. Throughout almost the entire year, people have been talking about this left and right, and it has created a very kind of odd environment for the FGC. Where has all the defense gone?
But to be fair, this is as far as I go. Is James Chen going to make a good point, or am I about to blow him up once again? Let's find out.
All of the fighting games are super aggressive now, and a lot of people are frustrated with it. Street Fighter 6, drive rush, heat mechanics in Tekken 8, heat mechanic. Even in Guilty Gear Strive, a lot of people are mad because Strive has far less defensive mechanics than past Guilty Gear games.
All right, let's break this down. Drive Rush is neutral and offense, yes. But Street Fighter has a very, from my review of it.
I do appreciate the link to the past background music, though.
it has a very delicate problem of if you do something to the frame advantage to Drive Rush, they have to kind of redesign the game.
Yeah, I say this all the time. You can't just tweak Drive Rush and make it work. So I mean, I don't know if he's agreeing or countering, but I mean, look.
Because you're playing this game around your drive gauge and everything being minus without drive for the most part, plus like throw stuff. You're essentially doing Drive Rush into mid or low, that's plus. Some characters can carve out their overhead and stuff. You get a mix-up type of thing. I don't know, this game has like, because it's so system-focused, I feel like it has a really delicate balance has to play. It's not as easy as like, oh, just change it. Heat, so...
I never said that.
This is, and again, I'm always going to reference this, Heat is Tekken's first...
And I've said this a million times too. You should watch my other content, Lord Knight. You're repeating everything that I've already said. I've said Tekken has always been a legacy game until this one, just like Guilty Gear was a legacy game until Strive. I've said this a million times.
You might be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, what do you mean? It could be this game. You might be like, okay, what are you talking about? Next hit, we're both going to have the mechanic activate. Next good hit. Boom. Awakening. Every single round, you have to deal with the opponent getting 50 meter for free, plus 150 meter total, plus a defense bonus, plus a new super. Every single round, you have to deal with this. What's another game where there's a mechanic that you have to deal with some shit every single round? Almost every single game of DBFZ, you have to deal with fucking sparking. So my Stabbing guarantees about sparking. Okay, and cool. Now we gotta play this. We gotta play this for 6 seconds. If I get hit, I lose.
So one thing I will say is I'm not sure what he's trying to get across with this point here. Honestly, like this just, I mean, far be it for me to talk as Mr. Tangent, but this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about here. I know he's just trying to bring up a point about how Tekken, this is the first time they've actually gotten a mechanic like this. That doesn't change what I said. It's the same.
If I get hit, I lose. If I get caught, I probably have to spark back. Very fun. What other game could we possibly think of where there's some fucking mechanic that you have to deal with every single time?
Who's missing the point, Nyanzaburo? Me or him? I'm not sure.
Marvel 3. Every fucking game. There you go. And now you gotta do this. Well, fast he goes. People say it's hype. Look. Okay, every game. This is not a new thing for 2D fighters. However, this is a very new thing for 3D fighters. And I always mention that I got a comment when I talked about Techmate before, where I was like, oh, you know the meme of like the guy, I don't know what movie this is from, 'cause I don't watch movies, but there's a meme of a guy who's like about to get hung, and he's looking with a smile, he goes, oh, first time? Like that's how I felt. And like, I was playing Tekken, and people were like, man, you're so chill about heat. And I was like, oh, is this your guys' first time dealing with and they're like, yeah, dude, it's just bullshit. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm just fucking desensitized.
I mean, I feel the same way. That's why heat never really bothered me either.
It's less, let's say, universal than X Factor. I'm going like this for X Factor, where each character has their own like heat smash and special mechanics, and so the offense does get a lot better. And there's things about the actual, it's not just heat smash, there's things about the actual game. So like, since I'm not a long-time Tekken player, it doesn't bother me, but I know there's stuff about like certain long-time moves in the game. You used to be able to have like RPS around like stepping them, which now they just track better and shit. Right? Well, my man cook.
Again, I mean, this has nothing to do with, needing or not needing BS in the game. I'm not sure where this, like I said, I feel like this is not addressing my point here, but I don't think he's trying to address my point. He's just trying to explain that, the Tekken Heat thing is probably not as bad as, people are saying it is. I don't know what this has to do with me saying that games are harder on defense these days.
Oh, and then
right, it seems like he's proving my point.
They mentioned
heat mechanic. Even in Guilty Gear Strive, a lot of people are mad because Strive has far less defensive mechanics.
That's definitely not why people are mad.
This is not the point. This is not the point of you saying, oh, this is not why people are mad. No, dude, That is a complaint that I have heard so many times from a lot of people playing Guilty Gear, right? And notice how I phrase this.
Mention.
Heat mechanic. Even in Guilty Gear Strive, a lot of people are mad because Strive has far less defensive mechanics. I'm not even saying that this is what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is what I've heard from so many people. I'm not even trying to make the claim on my own. This is what I've heard from so many people.
That's definitely not why people are mad. This game has plenty of defense, and they added some. It's more that the main complaints I would say that people generally have about Strive is that the same characters have been top tier for too long.
What does this even have to do with what I'm talking about? Is it objectively fact that Strive has less defensive options than previous Guilty Gears? Yes, it's an objective fact. Modern fighting games are a lot more aggressive. This is just objective fact. I am not, and not only that, but some of the old defensive mechanics. Do you know how good dead angles used to be? They were fast. It was really hard to block a dead angle. But YRCs these days are slow AF, dude. They are slow as fuck. It's so easy to bait out a YRC, and it's like super punishable on block. And dude, it's so different. And again, throws have throw whiffs. That automatically makes defense harder when you could actually option select in all the old Guilty Gear games so that you could make it so that if you didn't throw, you still came out with a tie. Dude, defense is like, it's so different. That's my point. What does this even have to do with defense and offense?
That's a huge one. Removing counterplay from characters is another big one. And the final one is around high health and resource stuff. I don't usually hear people these days be like, there's not enough defense shit you can do. There's a ton of defense stuff you can do.
Am I just in a different, part of Twitter or something? Like, that's all I hear from people is that they hate the fact that there's not a lot of defense in Guilty Gear.
In Guilty Gear.
Why is
Oops.
Amazon
Oh.
paying me $63,000 a month?
At the same time,
I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga mats and toasters, and I damn sure wasn't talking my friends into buying vitamins and juices. I did it with a free app that's probably already on your phone.
let's try to get Lord Knight some money. Let's try to get him some money. Let's get him some ad money there. So I didn't want to skip it right away. Let's give it a little bit longer. So yeah.
Defense shit you can do. There's a ton of defense stuff you can do in Guilty Gear. Frankly, the biggest simple defensive difference between like Exert and Strive is because of the instant block system. You can't use air instant block the same. So like in Exert, air instant block has different frame data, like far superior frame data.
Like I said, just even talking about throw whiff just makes it completely different.
That's the person who does it, and it resets your options. In Strive, though, they kind of compensate by like, oh, if you block a guard crush in the air and you land, you recover immediately. If you block a projectile in the air, it usually can like move way faster. And like, but people aren't really complaining about defense at this point in Strive.
Obviously, there's going to be a lot of other things that people complain about because when you play a fighting game for a very long time, you learn to accept the things that the game is happening, right? But even he's saying, like, literally
Way faster, and like, but people aren't really complaining about defense at this point in Strive.
yeah, he's saying at this point. He's acknowledging that people complained about it at one point in time. So again, this doesn't change the fact that modern games have been a lot more aggressive. You watch some of those older games, like the Street Fighter 4 tournament this past weekend, when you watch Takabre just like teleporting and like doing nothing.
I
So
get kind of annoyed when people use Street Fighter 4 as an example of this specifically, because obviously Street Fighter 4 is a very important game for fighting in general, right? When you read interviews about like their goals with SF4, one of their big goals was nostalgia baiting people. The main reason the game is even like this, Street Fighter 4 is like this, is because it's like Street Fighter 2. They had this thought about Street Fighter 3 where the game's called Street Fighter, but all the characters that people love from 2 are basically not there, and they added They added Chun, Ryu, and Ken just because people were like, who the fuck is Alex? Did you guys know like Alex is the pro tag of Street Fighter 3? Did you guys know fucking Rashid is the pro tag of Street Fighter 5? I didn't know that until I watched a YouTube video. I always think it's Ryu. Apparently it's not Ryu. And then like the pro tag of Street Fighter 4 is also not Ryu. It's fucking Abel. It's mad random. And you know what's funny about Luke as a pro tag for Street Fighter 6? When they showed like the box art for the game, they're like, dude, why is Luke all over all the Street Fighter 6 shit?
Heat mechanic, people are mad about that because a lot of combos lead into guaranteed mix-ups. Obviously, drive rush canceling and just drive rushing in at opponents. You know, if they block your plus, it's a mix-up. If you hit them, you get to do a crap ton of damage. And so, you know, drive rush
It's literally like
drive rushing in at opponents. You know, if the
all right, here's how I be thinking, bro. Again, I don't play this game as a competitive game for me. He gets knocked down. He has this much.
Why is he analyzing this? I didn't even put this in my original stream. This is my editor put this in the background just to emphasize a point. Why is he analyzing the logic of this drive rush here?
Drive rush, right? He does parry and a drive rush, does throw. This person has a ton of HP. You take the throw.
I'm just skipping this whole section because like there's no reason to be discussing this.
Indian? Like you gotta pick something, and I that's the thing that is tough about the game in the end.
It's like there have always been aggressive fighting games, right? The Marvel games are infamous for that.
I mean, team games are legit lineup. Well, I shouldn't say. No, honestly, a big part of it is line up the lunge and the assist call. No.
Obviously, you can also be super lame in fighting games if you're like a Mora Doom player in UMBC 3.
More Doom.
But in general, the problem with it is not that the games are offensive and very aggressive. It's that all of the games are very offensive and very aggressive. What happened to having stronger defensive mechanics and such?
It exists, bro. Not only does it exist, you're kind of not playing the games that have it more, by the way. For modern games, I will concede that SF6 makes you guess, for sure. But like,
Tekken, when Strive first came out, which you acknowledged.
like again, not gonna speak on Tekken because I'm just not knowledgeable enough. But like, dude, I mean, you don't literally win in Strive because you fling yourself at people.
Series like the NRS games, which were infamous for some of the craziest defensive characters, by the time they got to MK11, there was only one like zoner.
Is MK11 not a super defensive game, or am I trolling? What MKX characters play defense? I'm saying, I thought MK11 was more defensive than MK10.
It was just like such. Bro, this point I'm talking about why I think this is happening, because people, developers, are trying to make these things more spectator friendly. The point of me bringing up MK11 wasn't that it is a more aggressive game these days with less defense. I'm just saying that a lot of these games are aggressive because viewers are really starting to hate watching non-aggressive fighting games. That's why I brought up Takabre in Street Fighter 4, because all the Street Fighter 4 fans watching that tournament were like, this is so amazing, and all the new people were like, what is this shit? Like, Takabre timed out like almost every round. Dude, like, she just doesn't engage, and it's just like mind-numbing. And so I brought up MK11 because of the fact that NRS is famous for stupid zoning characters. And then all of a sudden in MK11, there's only one, and it's just Cetrion, and that's it. My point was that the developers' mindset are trying to change it so that games are more flashy and more exciting as one of the driving factors of why games are being more aggressive. I'm not talking about MK11 is more aggressive than, because MKX is absolutely one of the most aggressive fighting games in the world. That's the Marvel practically of MK. That game was just wild and crazy. Yes, MK11 is a slower paced game. It's not necessarily more defensive, but it's a slower paced game. My point was that people are trying to take away, the devs are trying to take away a lot of the slower paces of fighting games so that we don't see defensive mechanics that much. We don't see long periods of blocking. When Goichi was blocking everybody in Dragon Ball FighterZ, how did the devs react? Wow, that's awesome. He's really good at defense. No, that's not how they react. They reacted, we had to reevaluate how strong defense was, and we had to figure out ways to make it so that defense would be harder. And that's what they did. Like, literally, that's what they didn't say, oh, good shit, Goichi. You played that way. You deserve a reward for surviving. No, they were like, do we have to rethink about this? Like, literally in an interview, the devs were like, we have to rethink about how we made defense in Dragon Ball because Goichi blocked everything. Cetrion. When the game dropped for the longest time, Cetrion was the only zoning character. And you know what? Everybody hated her.
Was Cetrion not broken, though?
What does that matter?
Lord Chen, man.
What are you upset about? What?
Man, we're gonna have to have a sit down, you and I, once again. We might have to have a... Cetrion was stupid, but yeah, I mean...
Let's do it. Let's do it, Lord Knight. Let's do it, all right? Let's have a little face-to-face conversation here, sir. Fighting?
You know what keeps happening is the high character power games keep trying to reinvent the wheel on zoners, and then we're like, oh my god, it's fucking broken. UI Goku also, that's true.
Maybe the decision to be more offensive is not related to esports. The portion of the player base that watches esports is very small. Yeah, that's true, but even then, the players enjoy it a lot more.
Is he saying that about the players enjoy playing offensively more, or the players enjoy playing defensively? I'm not...
Yes, I am. I'm saying that the players like to play offense a lot more and also not have to play against defensive characters. I'm not talking about top players. I'm not talking about tournament goers. I'm talking about you guys in the chat. I'm talking about the people reading his chat. I'm not talking about tournament level stuff right here. I'm saying that fighting games these days being more aggressive is more fun for a lot of the the entire base who are playing this, which is why I mentioned earlier that the audience that watches the esports is only a tiny fraction. I am referring to loads of people, like a lot of people here.
I'm not sure. I mean, for a high-level player, I think you're trying to find the sweet spot of like playstyle you enjoy, plus...
I'm not talking about high-level players. I'm not talking about high-level players.
It's a good character. I don't want to say. I don't think it's... I mean, there's some people who really just want to play Rushdown, some people who really want to run away, but they're looking for a nice intersection, you know what I mean?
The patience of your average human, average, to learn how to fight against defense is very low. And so you can have a player, learn all this defensive tactics and stuff like that, and most people aren't going to try to fight it. And it could be some pretty complicated defense, but once you got the zoning going, a lot of the times it's still just really hard to break through. I think we've just gotten to this point right now where it feels like we just have no more defense.
I politely feel like you only watch Street Fighter.
Why does everybody always do this? Why does everybody always do this?
I cannot agree.
I've been at tournaments where I've commentated 7 different fighting games at the same tournament.
I cannot agree with this. This is what I'm here for. I'm sorry. There's still like 2 minutes, so let's tank it. Let's tank these last 2 minutes.
Again, like I enjoy Tekken 8. I was playing it and I was like, man, it's been so long since I've played Tekken 7. I miss this. I enjoy this. But obviously, I'm not a long-time Tekken player. But all I've heard from Tekken players is just how frustrated they are with the heat mechanic. And
yes, this circle back to the beginning. This is understandable because it's half. It's 2 things. One is literally their first time dealing with something like this if you only play Tekken. And two, there's a very valid thing of, oh, I play Tekken because I don't want to deal with this fucking guy screaming about how he's ascending to the next level every fucking round. You know? So I give them that. I was like, okay, that's actually fair. That thing is very fair.
But again, there's older school players that are like, actually, this is closer to how it kind of was, because in old games it was more vortexy, and it's actually only in 7 where the game became really slow and about backdashing in and out. Like, let me try to go and I failed. Okay, stuff like that, right? So actually, you know.
And also 7 had a really long lifespan too.
Yes.
So it's not like
It was
like if you're.
And actually, Harada just talked about this. You know, he was addressing a lot of the complaints about 8, and he says, like, people have to remember too that 7 had like a 2-year arcade only period, and so Tekken 8 is like one of the first times they haven't had that. And so, you know, Tekken 7 went through a lot of changes in those first 2 years when it was arcade only, and so, you know, the fact that everyone's complaining about 8 right now, Harada's like, dude, like, patience.
Keeping up with like the main competitive anime game, Guilty Gear aside, you're usually switching games every year and a half to like 2-ish years. But Tekken, it's 2015 arcades, right? 2015.
It took a really long time between XX and Exerd. And I feel like it took a long time between Exerd and Strive, right? Or am I just mistaken? Unless he's just talking about the fact that we had Exerd, Exerd Revelator, Exerd Sign, etc., etc., etc. Then if that's the point, then yeah. I mean, it changes a lot, very frequently.
15 arcades, and then Tekken 8 is 2024. So that's a really long fucking time. Even if you started from console, that's like 2017 to 2024, right? So they actually, part of it is like some people in Tekken just have literally not played Tekken enough to know about like yeah, my boy, I remember when I was that week of me playing Tekken, I have a friend who's been playing since 1, and like he was telling me strategies and stuff, like, oh yeah, you know, like Panda's always like this, they're memeing you, they're knowledge checking you, or like this thing is, yeah, it's memes, it's knowledge check, you, or that, right? And he was like, yeah, you know, like the reason why you do this is because in this Tekken, this character literally just did this, and like you just got mixed over and over, and you couldn't get out if you didn't know about like this thing or something like that. And I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting.
It's weird. It's such a weird conversation here. And again, do you see what I point out here? It's a weird conversation. Like, this is something to talk about. I give Tekken one of the top 3 fighting games of the year. I don't know, because like the Tekken fans aren't even happy with the game, right? We're in this weird era where all our fighting games are really aggressive, and it's the problem. There is some justification for a lot of these players to dislike the current state of these fighting games, because it really is a snowball kind of game, right? So when you look at old games, it was like tiny little exchanges.
What games are you talking about, brother? Come on, man. There's a game that came out the exact same time as SF4 where I played a character that if she fucking command grabbed you, I unblocked you to death if I had the execution for it. Buddy, what are you talking about? Ah, my God. Okay, it's fine. He's Street Fighter pulled. It's fine.
Why? What does that mean? What does that mean? Look, it's tough. It's tough because people always want to throw you into these little buckets like that, right? I mean, again, like, I don't know how old Lord Knight is, but like I was playing a ton of XX, Guilty Gear XX, a long time ago. And I don't know what his point about like having a character command throwing you and killing you. Like, again, I'm not saying that it wasn't aggressive. I even just said that. Like, other games were aggressive in the past. The point is that the defense is kind of not there anymore. Again, I don't know where he's trying to go with that, right? Like,
right. But he's been kind of generalist about it, which is like, that's why you got like, okay, there's this, I'm not sure about it. There's that, I'm not sure about it. Like,
damage, but
is it bad that whenever I hear vague topics like this, I assume they talk about it so straight up? It's not bad. It's welcome to my world, basically.
Virtua Cope, you know, saying I got no issues with people hating Tekken 8. It is strange how people act like the series started with 7.
That's funny.
I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of people who are mad at Street Fighter 6 are acting like Street Fighter started with 5.
I have to give this video a cap out of 10. I'm sorry, Jim Chen. I don't agree with you that much. You heard and understood, but also mildly capped. Heard and understood, mildly capped, 2 Street Fighter pilled. you don't need. This might sound weird, but you don't need like a shit ton of defensive mechanics. You just need to make sure you have like. You really just need to make sure you have either like system restrictions on a couple of things, or like options that just make it so that people are not like locked down. You don't need a ton. Like, as long as you have like, okay, maybe an activation for healing if you want, like a recoverable HP if you want. You don't need it. A guard cancel for sure. Characters with meterless reversals. Throw protection that makes sense, especially if you have a heavily like high-low game. If you're not playing like a high-low left-right game, you don't need a shit ton of throw protection. You don't need a lot. Maybe a parry. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I'm sorry, Lord Chen. I cannot totally agree with this. I think you should have called that. I think you probably should have called this video Street Fighter and Tekken has a big problem. Just saying.
I don't even know why he's bringing up all these old games. Like, literally, I'm talking about just recently. And again, like I said, objectively speaking, it's correct, right? I mean, Strive clearly has less defensive mechanics. Tekken is very aggressive. And all these people in this chat are all saying, like, on his comments are like, oh, that's just because James, I wish you would play other games, blah, blah, blah. Dude, I have sat here and told you guys on my stream many times, go fucking play Under Night in Birth, because that is the game that has all of the awesome defensive mechanics out there. I know that there is defensive mechanics, but we're talking about like the games that have just come out like literally in the past year, because that was an Ultra Chen TV award about stories of 2024. like that's literally the Ultra Chen TV awards for 2024. So when I'm talking about games being more aggressive and having less defense, I'm talking about 2024, right? Like, obviously, there are games like Under Night that have come out that have more defense, and I've told you guys that. I always say, dude, every time I commentate Under Night, I'm always like the best, like, this game is amazing because it has a lot of defense, right? But saying that, like, the big three, Tekken, Strive, and Street Fighter, are all a little more aggressive these days is not wrong. I know Guilty Gear's been out for a while and they've definitely upped the defense. They have upped the defense, but I still hear a lot of people talking about how, how aggressive it is. Like, for example, Gold Lewis, right? You block Gold Lewis and you're dying. Right? I mean, what is one of the reasons why Gold Lewis is so good? Gold Lewis got second place at ARC Finals this past weekend is because blocking doesn't really work against him. Let's just narrow it down like this, okay? Let's just narrow it down like this. The reason why I say that defense is weaker nowadays compared to a lot of other fighting games is because devs are punishing you for blocking. Devs are punishing you for blocking. Most of the time in most of these games, there is very unsatisfying rewards for a lot of your defensive options. And this is the problem. And defense has gotten a lot weaker. For example, not having invul DPs anymore, which I think is really a problem. Honestly, I hate not having invul DPs. I think it's smart having a more concise way to get out of situations. Look at what's happening in Street Fighter 6 right now. And again, I'm too Street Fighter pilled. But look at Street Fighter 6, right? The reason why everybody hates Zangief so much is because they don't have an answer for him. You can't block, right? And Zangief's not even that good in Street Fighter 6. But blocking doesn't work. But in older games, people weren't that mad at grapplers because they just uppercutted. Because that's just what you did on defense. Like, help, uppercut, right? Like, you get out of situations like that. The problem is that they aren't making defense fun. They aren't giving you the dopamine hits through defense anymore. The reason why the uppercut was such a great defensive tool is because when you landed it, you felt good. And like I've said a million times on this stream, when it gets blocked or baited, you don't go, oh crap, blocking is cheap, or walking out of the range of my DP is cheap. You're like, shit, he read me. And you've already accepted the fact that you're playing mind games in fighting games, right? Like, that's automatically, you're already playing fighting games. He's like, man, he read me, right? But that doesn't exist in that. And you know, and look, they aren't making defense fun, okay? There's, like, even in Street Fighter 6 or 5, if you survive one of those offensive mix-up pressure situations, it never feels good. Like, you don't get a dopamine hit out of that. You don't feel like, yes, you know? But a lot of older games did feel that way. Yes, like games with invincible wake-up options. That helped a lot. Right? And when you had a game like Guilty Gear XX, where you had like just a million different options. I mean, they went through like adding, it was Exert. They added slashbacks, for example, and then they changed the way the slashbacks works. And, you know, then they just, you had these defensive options. And also in the older Guilty Gear games, you also had the instant block, which changed the frame data, right? So in Strive, that's just built in naturally to the moves. But in Guilty Gear, in Exert and before that, you had the instant blocking, which, you know, when you performed it, you did feel kind of good about yourself, right? I mean, when you see sequences of FAB, like he blocks somebody going jab, 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 jab in the air, and you see instant block, instant block, instant block, instant block, instant block, instant block, you're just like, holy crap! Like, you can get hype, or as a player, if you do that, you're like, I'm fucking God, right? Like, I am a fucking God, right? Like, you get super happy about that. You feel good. Even if you take a throw in a lot of these fighting games, which now have all added whiff throw animation, which again, by default, really hurts defense. You know, even if you take a throw, all you do is like, whew, like, oh, thank God I was right. Because you know if you were wrong, you died, right? Even if you had meterless DPs, if you're wrong, you die in a lot of these games these days, right? So it's different. The defense is so punishing in a lot of these games now. And yeah, like I said, there are games where defense is not as bad, but as the trend that we can clearly see in fighting games, especially recently. I mean, again, you can tell me in the chat, like, if I'm wrong on this, but like, it does feel like the games are moving more towards being more aggressive and making defense a little weaker, right? So yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong. And you know, if you're gonna reach back into games from years ago to try to explain that a lot of games have a lot of defense, like, that's not my point. I'm talking about literally right now. And again, this is largely a lot too of me hearing what other people are saying, right? This is not me complaining about it. This is me addressing that everybody is saying that I hate how aggressive this is. I hate how aggressive this is. Like, this is a common thing that I've heard when I've talked about Strive in my videos, where I'm like, Strive is a good game. A lot of the YouTube responses are like, no, this game is horrible because it's just about repeating the same mix-up over and over and over again and you die. And I'm like, dude, like, that's kind of Guilty Gear. But like, you see a lot of people complaining about that, right? You see Tekken, people complaining about the heat mechanic, of course, and even Lord Knight, who calls me Street Fighter pilled, is sitting here saying, like, I'm not a Street Fighter player, I'm not a Tekken player. Maybe you're anime pilled, huh? You ever thought about that? Maybe you're anime pilled, huh? So yeah, I don't know what that even means, honestly. So like, fighting games are more aggressive right now. I don't even think that's subjective. I just think that that is just the general nature of where we're going. And a lot of that, like I said in the video, is about, I think, esports viewership. I think that they're trying to make it aggressive and have these crazy, and make it so that it's easier to do these comeback mechanics, because I think people enjoy watching that more. I brought up the Decabre thing because, like I said, like, the people who didn't play Street Fighter were really annoyed by that. They were like, oh, they didn't play Street Fighter 4. They're like, oh my God, this character times out everything. What is this character, right? So like, people in general don't like defensive stuff, and it's just. And I think that the way the devs are making a lot of these games really kind of reflects that. Honestly, I really do. I really do. So one thing I'm going to add here is clearly. I'm not actually mad at Lord Knight, okay? I love the kid, okay? I like watching him. I like all of it. I think he's a cool person. I've had good conversations with him. I've had a lot of good discussions with him. Obviously, look, I'm new to this Reacts thing, so I'm gonna break kayfabe here a little bit. I'm sure he's also doing a lot of the same thing. He's just being a little more aggressive because that's just what, that's what content is about, right? That's what gets people watching and getting it so that people, do end up doing the whole like, oh my God, like driving up that kind of discussion definitely helps a lot. Honestly, I really would enjoy just having a longer conversation with him because I think there is a lot of good discussion here. I think that there's a lot of nuance in this conversation, and it's a good conversation to have. Like I said, even when I talked about it in part of my Ultra Chen TV Awards, it's a little more bombastic than normal. But it's a point that I felt like I really need to make because I really do feel like. People are trying very hard to make fighting games so much more viewable that they're foregoing like standard, very defensive stuff in fighting games because if defense is strong, people tend to complain about the game being boring or whatever. Zoners are so complained about. Every time a zoner, like I said, yeah, Cetrion was super good, but it didn't matter because when she just got on screen, everybody like, oh my God, this character's so boring, blah, 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 right? And you have games like, KOF, lots of defensive mechanics. It's great. But KOF is also a very strong legacy game, and it's like the last one left that they haven't changed it at all. But I think it would be fun to actually, honestly, I do want to collab with them. Like we should just have a conversation and both stream it at the same time. Again, I obviously dialed it up here to be really angry at him and everything. I do think that some of the things that he was talking about really did have nothing to do with what I was talking about. But I also do think that it's a really good conversation. And so, I really do want to have a conversation with him. I want to talk to him about it. And I want to know what else he's had a problem with me saying about before. Let's talk about this, okay? Let's actually figure this out here because I think that would be really enjoyable. To talk about this. And like I said, I am eager for people to talk to me about these kind of topics and, try to make me see things differently. And again, normally I don't even say like you guys can confirm this. Like I don't sit around here all day just being like, oh my God, like fighting games have no defense. I've never really complained about Street Fighter 6 too badly, and I didn't complain about Tekken when I played it. But the point was that it was the story of the year. A lot of people were complaining about it, and I'm expressing what it is that a lot of people are seeing, and I'm talking about that. It's a conversation that a lot of people are having about fighting games right now. And so, I'm talking about it from the point of view that a lot of these players are complaining about. It's just, this is something that I hear a lot. So it's a story, and I'm going to talk about where they're coming from, and I'm going to talk about it, in a way that I feel like, kind of presents their feelings as accurately as possible. So, but yeah, I'm totally down to talk to him. I'm totally down to have this conversation here. I do still think personally that, fighting games are a little more aggressive than they were before. But, Yeah. Oh, that's such a great. Oh God, Casey, Amy. Oh my God. Who says I think offense has been made too strong everywhere? NBA has the same issue. I can't even watch NBA anymore. I cannot even watch it anymore. And it's such a great point, because the reason why NBA has ended up this way is because at one point in time, and I know I bring this up all the time, but the Utah Jazz and the Chicago Bulls had a game where the score ended up like 57 to like 43 or some stupid like numbers, and like they were losing viewers. And so they changed it. I mean, hockey did the same thing. They got rid of the blue line icing call because it was slowing the pace down so much. This is not just a fighting game problem. This is something that happens in sports all the time. It's a viewer thing. And so I think it's completely valid to bring up the fact that because fighting games are becoming such a stronger viewer, spectator sport, that the devs feel pressured to make the games more aggressive. Oh, two-line pass. Thank you. So yeah, like this is a legitimate concern, and I think that's an important thing to discuss and a thing to talk about. And again, that was one of my main points in that discussion, was that, you know, you heard me say it, even though he skipped around in my video in there, but you heard it, that I was saying like, okay, you know, maybe it's not just because of esports viewership and stuff like that, but you know, it's certainly a pattern that we've seen a million times in everything. Everybody wants to have more aggressive play. All right, let's see here. Stupid AI. I don't. Ever since the shot clock was added. Come on, Google. There it is. Chicago versus Miami. One team scored 49 points. What was the other team? The other team didn't score very many points as well. Boy, I hate Google now. Google is just like, it's so bad. Like, I can't. It's so hard to find information now because all this AI crap is like ruining everything. Anyways, I'll look it up later on. So, in any case, I would like to have the conversation with him. Again, I'm not actually mad at him. Let's just make that clear, okay? I'm not actually mad at him. I like Lord Knight a lot, okay? I think he's cool. I think he's a great player. I'm like I said, I even teased him one time about like Milia and stuff. But you know, like, and I wouldn't just tease anybody, right? Like the reason why I bring that up is because I respect him a lot. So I don't really have any problems with him. But you know, if you are reacting to my videos and trying to call cap on me or trying to, you know, talk smack about my takes, let me know. Let me know, bro. And that way we can have a conversation about it. Love to have a conversation about it. Love to have a talk about it. So, I'll see if you find this video yourself, okay? I'm not gonna let you know. So we're gonna keep things a little equal here, okay? I get to talk smack, and I'm not gonna let you know. How do you like that, Mr. Lord Knight? Any case, that'll be all for today. Again, just a reminder that everything is going to be on twitch.tv/jchenzor from this point forward. Also, we are going to be moving the YouTube channel to jchenzor very, very soon. Within the next couple of weeks, it should happen very soon. And if you have a chance, please check out Texas Showdown this weekend. I'll be over there. Again, lots of history with that tournament. I really like the fact that Texas Showdown is being run still to this day and back in the correct hands and such. So, take care, guys. Have a good one. And again, hope you guys Stick with me with this transition to having everything just be officially branded as Jay Chenzor. I will talk to you guys next time. And remember that the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. And that is true. Devs don't care about legacy players. That is very, very true. In any case, for me, I made the mistake again. Hang on a second. Let's do this. The day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life, but for me,
It was Tuesday.
oh man. Good stuff, good stuff. The reason why soccer matches in the World Cup are so low scoring, yet they garner huge TV ratings, is, they do a good job educating their audience. So a lot of the stuff that's happened, I feel like, is more about American sports. Americans are really impatient, to be honest with you. There is a little bit of our media kind of breeding us to be ADHD. But, for example, what I was taught about soccer, watching it, was that the most important thing is that you had to get excited about scoring opportunities, right? Like when they almost get to the point where they can score, you get hype about that, et cetera, et cetera. And like I said, I just feel like other countries are just educated about how to watch these things a little better, and they're not bombarded with, media making everybody ADHD. So yeah, but that's just kind of really what it is. So, but yeah, let's see if we can raid anybody over here. See if there's anybody that we can send everybody into. Let's see over here. There was still another topic where I wanted to talk about Venom and Arc World Tour, but it is way too late. It's already been 5.5 hours, so I'm going to skip that for a little bit. I'm going to skip that for today. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Another day for sure. Oh boy. Whew, tired. Let's see. Trying to find things to stream over here. Hi, kitties. I know you guys are hungry. There's a lot of Japanese players playing right now. I know that makes it a little bit difficult, but I'm going to send you guys over to Shuto so you guys can watch him play some Street Fighter. Well, actually, it looks like he's watching something. He's not actually playing here. Let's see. Instead of that, then, let's... see, is Tachikawa playing right now? Yes, that is Tachikawa playing. He's labbing? Oh, no. What is he doing here? I'm not sure. Is this lab? Yeah, he's in training mode right now. He's labbing some modern ed stuff. Oh, well, it looks like Snake Eyes is streaming. So let's go head over to Snake Eyes. All right. So for those of you on Twitch, I'll be sending you guys over to Snake Eyes. And I will talk to you guys later. Again, for those of you on YouTube, we will be streaming on the Jay Chenzor channel from this point forward. So please keep that in mind. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. And I will talk to you guys later. Peace out and take care. What is Snake Eyes' channel again? Where am I gone? Here I am. There I am. Okay, and there we go. All right. Peace out, everybody. Take care.